we would have loved to welcome even in a better way, probably with a dance. But because there wasn't enough time, I promise you the next time you come, we are going to prepare a special dance to welcome you warmly to Nairobi. And now allow me to introduce someone who needs no introduction at all. But indeed, it's a privilege to have her as our MC for our morning session today. Please join me as we warmly welcome our moderator, our MC for the morning session, Victoria Rubadiri. Victoria Rubadiri, the floor is yours.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Judy, for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's my absolute honor and pleasure to be your MC for this portion of the morning session. We're about to begin the official segment, so I'd request if we please rise for the anthems of the Republic of Kenya and the anthem of the East African Community. Thank you so much. Thank you. You may have your seats. Allow me to acknowledge our distinguished guests with us this morning. Well, we're all important here, but we have some VIPs with us, representing His Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, the PS for State Department for National Government Coordination, Abdisalam Ibrahim. Thank you, Bwana PS, for joining us. We also have Her Excellency Zainab Hawa Bangura, Under Secretary General and Director General of the United Nations Office at Nairobi. Your Excellency, welcome. Our visiting dignitaries from the Liberal International, led by Professor Karl-Heinz Paquet. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Our conveners from the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, as well as Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning and welcome once again. Now, we are here to have a discussion, hopefully, that moves us from aid to growth, from a relationship of donor-recipient to one of partnership and co-creation. And that's what's going to inform the discussions we'll have across the next 2 days. Now, allow me to introduce our first speaker, who will help set the stage, help set the tone for the next couple of days. And that is none other than the Project Director of East Africa Office and Global Partnership Hub at the Friedrich Naumann Foundation here in Nairobi, Mr. Ralph Erbel. A round of applause for him.
Thank you, dear Victoria. Excellencies, Honorable Abdisalam Ibrahim, Principal Secretary for the State Department for National Government Coalition, representing His Excellency Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, Her Excellency Zainab Hawa Bangura, Under Secretary General and Director General of the United Nations at Nairobi, Ambassador Bitangin Demo, Ambassador Helen Gishuhi, who might not have joined us yet but is on her way, Dr. Gary Conneal, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Kenya, Professor Karl-Heinz Paquet, President of Liberal International, FNF's Regional Director for Sub-Saharan Africa, Inge Herbert, honorable representatives of the Republic of Kenya and the United Nations, distinguished guests, speakers, colleagues, friends of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, and as I have learned here in Kenya over the past months, all protocols observed. Good morning, habari za asubuhi, a very warm welcome to the opening of our conference. And it's on behalf of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom, a great pleasure and honor for me to welcome you to our conference on transforming international development cooperation, markets, interests, and partnerships in a changing global order. We are extremely grateful to all of you for joining us this morning, with some of you having traveled from far away, from across Africa, from Europe, from South Asia and beyond to be part of this conversation. Your presence here gives this conference not only weight and visibility, but it also provides the conference with a diversity of experiences and perspectives that such an important topic deserves. We're especially pleased that this conversation takes place here in Nairobi. Nairobi is really one of the very few places in the world where global diplomacy, African political debate, entrepreneurship, civil society, technology, startups, media, and international organizations meet in such a concentrated way. It's a city in which many of the questions that will shape the future of international cooperation are not abstract questions, are not questions that people such as us are working on behind their desks. It's part of daily political, economic, and societal reality. And for that reason, ladies and gentlemen, Nairobi is more than a venue for this conference. It's part of the bigger story of this conference that we want to narrate. And I am aware of the fact that I might be preaching to the choir in front of this audience here when I'm stating that Nairobi is also the right place because the future of development cooperation cannot only be discussed in Berlin, Geneva, New York, Brussels, but here in the heart of a very dynamic East African nation with its eyes set on the future. It is these characteristics of Nairobi that are precisely why the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom opened only a few years ago, not only a country office for Kenya and East Africa here in Nairobi, but also the Foundation's Global Partnership Hub. Nairobi offers the right ecosystem for this, close to regional debates, close to international institutions, to entrepreneurs, civil society, and close to many of the partners that we want, with whom we want to rethink development cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, and allow me to say a few introductory words about the institution that I'm representing, is Germany's liberal political foundation. It was established by Theodor Heuss, who was, at that time, you know, Germany was separated. He was West Germany's first president after World War II. And the foundation was established at a time when not only Germany, but much of Europe and other parts of the world had to rebuild not only institutions and economies, shattered cities, but also, and I think this history matters, citizens' trust in democracy, in freedom, and international cooperation. The Kenyan national anthem always gives me goosebumps when it speaks about Amani and Uhuru, freedom and safety and security. These were exactly the values that had to be reinstated, or the trust in these values had to be reinstated at that time in history. And today, nearly 70 years later, a bit less than 70 years later, we're working as the Friedrich Naumann Foundation with our partners in Germany and all across the world to strengthen democratic institutions and debate, geopolitical analysis, innovation, entrepreneurship, and, this is very relevant to this conference here, market-oriented approaches to development. It will not surprise you as a liberal foundation that we place a very big emphasis on markets. Which brings us back to today's topics. So, ladies and gentlemen, international development cooperation, it has been briefly mentioned by my dear colleague Judy and by Victoria. International development cooperation as an institutionalized global system is undergoing the gravest, the most profound crisis of legitimacy and financing since its emergence after the Second World War. And this crisis is accompanied by fundamental criticism in both, and this is actually something that maybe I realized when I moved here a couple of months ago, how this criticism, fundamental criticism of international cooperation comes from both the global north but also the global south on the way development cooperation has been practiced so far. Evidence on the effectiveness of traditional development aid and cooperation frameworks has been mixed at best. Now, some criticism of development cooperation is justified. Some of it is oversimplified and populist, but some of it is justified. The deeper crisis of development cooperation is therefore not only a crisis of budgets. Opening the newspaper, we can see what is the how much ODA, what's the overall budget of ODA, how is it developing, how much is it decreasing. Budgets are important, but I believe that above all, we're witnessing a crisis of political support, of trust and of relevance for international development cooperation. To earn, or maybe to re-earn, public trust, international cooperation must be credible, it must be efficient, and it must be measurably effective. It must be able to show not only that intentions are good, but that results are real. This is why our central message for this conference is clear. The answer, from our perspective, is not and cannot be to abandon international development cooperation. But it cannot be, with the same confidence, it cannot be the answer to continue with yesterday's routines as if the world around us had not changed profoundly over the past couple of years. So the answer is to transform it and to turn this crisis into a catalyst for innovation and bold reform. Much of this reform is long overdue, and we might have a chance now to embark on this reform. This is why the title of this conference, ladies and gentlemen, speaks of three things: markets, interests, and partnerships. It speaks of markets because prosperity is created through enterprise, investment, innovation, and the freedom to create. And I know my team told me, to steer away from maybe provocative sentences. I will not maybe respect that advice and just say one thing. I don't know any country in the world that has overcome poverty through aid. All the success stories that we know of countries that have managed to outgrow aid, it was due to economic activity, private sector innovation. The title speaks of interests because international cooperation becomes more credible and sustainable when mutual interests are acknowledged. It becomes more honest. It becomes more honest when you say, we have an interest, you have an interest, let's get together, let's align our interests. And it speaks of partnerships, our conference, because the future of development cooperation cannot be built on paternalism, but it needs to be built on agency and trust. And therefore, in a time of geopolitical uncertainty, the answer, again, to all the changes the world is witnessing is not retreat, but better partnership. This conference is intended to contribute to how that kind of better partnership that we're striving for, how can this better partnership be filled with life concretely and not remain a slogan. Over the next 2 days, we want to create a space for honest, frank, practical, and I would like to emphasize forward-looking and optimistic because I hate cynicism. Forward-looking and optimistic exchange between policymakers and entrepreneurs, between the researchers that have signed up to the conference and practitioners of international development cooperation, and of course also between the two world regions that are mostly represented in this audience, between Europe and Africa, between government, civil society, businesses, and international organizations. As a host, Mabibi Namabwana, my role this morning is not to provide the conclusion of a conference that has not yet begun. It is, and as Victoria Rubadiri just said at the beginning, my task is to open the door, set a bit the tone, and invite all of us, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to join this conversation. And it is in this spirit that I warmly welcome you once more to Nairobi and to this conference, and I look forward now to the distinguished voices who will take this conversation further and help us open it up from the different perspectives that you are bringing to this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ralph. One more round of applause for Ralph Arbel. And set the tone you did. If it's provocative to say that development and growth have not come through aid, I don't know what is. Those are the facts, simply. Thank you so much for opening up the ceremony for us. I'd like to recognize the presence of Ambassador Helen Gishui, who's just joined us. Welcome, Ambassador. And now to our next speaker, who brings a global vantage point to today's forum. Please help me in welcoming the president of the Liberal International, Professor Karl-Heinz Paquet. A round of applause for him as he makes his way up to the stage. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Ralph Erbel has wonderfully set the stage for this conference, and I will be addressing you today as president of Liberal International. And let me start with a few words on this organization. The World Federation of Liberal and Progressive Democratic Parties. This is what Liberal International is. Thank you. It is an organization that was founded in 1947, and at that time it was based on the so-called Oxford Manifesto, which was written in a world marked by disorder, by poverty, by fear, and by destruction caused by 2 world wars. That historical origin matters. Liberal internationalism and Liberal International was never born from comfort. It was born from crisis and from the conviction that freedom, human dignity, the rule of law, and reasonable government are not luxuries for peaceful times, but they are necessities for rebuilding societies after catastrophes. And this is also the liberal starting point for development cooperation. Development must be about expanding freedom, expanding opportunity, and expanding responsibility. And this is why I am very pleased to be here today in Nairobi. I have come to Nairobi because the future of international cooperation, the conference, the overall conference topic, is not a technical matter. It is a deeply political question about the kind of world we want to build and about the ideas, the values, and the institutions that can still hold that world together. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a time when international cooperation is under severe pressure from many sides at a time of fundamental changes. This is why, personally, I found the speech delivered by Canada's Liberal Prime Minister Mark Carney at the World Economic Forum in Davos earlier this year so remarkable, and I may add, I was not the only one who was deeply impressed by that speech. Rarely has a political speech impressed many of us so much as did Mark Carney in Davos. Under the title Principled and Pragmatic, Canada's Path, Carney offered a sober but thoroughly inspiring analysis of our time. The old, largely US-shaped, rules-based international order is not only under stress, it is broken. And we are not living through a smooth transition anymore. We are living through a rupture. And the rupture has many faces. The return of war in Europe and in the Middle East, the tightening of state capitalism in countries like Russia, China, and other places of the world. And of course, the protectionist stance of the greatest economic power in the world, the United States of America, in a way, a return to the 19th century philosophy of protectionism that the Americans were following at that time, and which is today called by political scientists transactionalism, a huge country partly bullying others into agreements that keep them away from a fair access and equal access to trade according to the rules of the World Trade Organization, which is primarily based on the universal principle of non-discrimination. Well, to sum up, for decades, many of us, including myself, believed that economic integration would automatically produce mutual benefits, interdependence, and peace. But today, integration itself can become a source of vulnerability. Trade can become leverage. Supply chains can become weapons. Financial institutions can become a tool of coercion. Tariffs and standards can become instruments of power politics, of transactionalism. In such a world, middle powers and smaller countries cannot simply wait for the old order to return. The task is not to mourn the old order. The task is to build a better order, and Ralph Abel has already hinted at that. And that was, to go back to the message of Davos, Mark Carney's message at the World Economic Forum. Countries must stand up in a cooperative spirit to counter, in particular, the US transactionism. We need coalitions of the willing. We need trade agreements and investment partnerships on a plurilateral and a bilateral basis, not against, but within the spirit of the world trading order, even if that world trade order is under siege. There I see a leading role to play for Europe and the European Union, but also I see leading roles to play for countries. In Latin America, think of the recent conclusion of the Mercosur, final conclusion after a long time of the Mercosur agreement between Europe and Latin America, parts of Latin America. We look at Asia, we see huge countries like India, Japan, and powerhouses, economic powerhouses like South Korea and Taiwan. And we look at Africa, in particular at Africa, and what we see is, among others, of course, great Kenya. The EU is beginning to follow the path towards these kind of pragmatic trade and investment agreements since it became clear in the last summer that it is very hard to negotiate with Donald Trump. And remarkably enough, there is already a certain dynamics recognizable in world trade. And when Trump switched to protectionism last year, the forecasts for the growth of world trade were massively turned down. But after a year, we see that things have not become so bad because there have been new networks of trade emerging among many economic powerhouses in the world, and we have to continue this path. Let me repeat, this is not against the United States of America. You know, the US remains, for us Germans in particular, a very important partner and friend. But I'm afraid the United States is not alone in the world. They are not alone in the world. They are invited to join the train of globalization and fair trade again. But if not, we go on with coalitions of the willing, and we certainly return to these issues in the next 1.5 days. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now return to the central topic and point of this conference, international development cooperation that deserves a second chance, at least a second chance. To legitimate criticism, we must respond with reform. Ralf Erbel has already hinted at it. To populist attacks, we must respond with confidence. And to the people who simply say that international cooperation should be abandoned, we must say no, and we must put it up as a very clear no. The answer to a crisis of cooperation is not less cooperation. The answer is better cooperation. There can be no return to business as usual. It will not regain trust and legitimacy if it reproduces dependency, paternalism, bureaucratic complexity, or moral self-congratulation to which we are inclined in Europe quite too often. A fundamental reform is needed. A liberal approach to development cooperation must start with a simple question. Does our cooperation expand freedom? Does it expand responsibility? And does it expand opportunity? Or does it create new forms of dependency? Does it strengthen individuals, entrepreneurs, institutions, and society? Or does it mainly strengthen administrative bureaucratic systems around them? Does it help markets to happen and to open, or does it substitute for markets? Does it treat every side as partners with agency ideas and interests or as recipients of externally designed solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, as an economist, I would like to place special emphasis on trade, on markets, on fair rules, on reliability. Poverty and underdevelopment are not overcome by aid flows. Poverty is overcome when people can work productively, build businesses, invest, innovate, exchange, compete fairly, and participate in markets. This does not happen automatically. Markets need rules, infrastructure, property rights. They need access to finance. They need education and skills. They need legal stability. They need trust. But where these conditions exist, markets are among the most powerful instruments of human development ever created. A liberal development agenda should therefore focus much more strongly on enabling economic opportunity. That means improving the conditions for investment, lowering barriers to trade, supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, strengthening property rights, expanding access to finance, encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship, and building reliable institutions. And it means ensuring that trade rules are not merely open in theory, but predictable and fair in practice. Ladies and gentlemen, I am coming to the end of my brief introduction from the perspective of Liberal International. And let me come back at this point to the question, why Nairobi? Ralph Erbe already asked it. Well, Nairobi is the right place for this conversation. Kenya is a country of entrepreneurship, of innovation, of political energy, of democratic contest, and of regional importance. And I add, more than regional importance, Kenya has global importance. It is also a place where many of the great questions of our time come together in a productive way. Youth employment, innovation, political youth employment, digital transformation, democratic resilience, regional integration, trade, migration, climate adaptation, and the future of African-European relations. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by thanking the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom for hosting this conference and all of you for contributing to this timely and important debate. I very much look forward to 1.5 intensive days of discussion, of reflection, and exchange on how international cooperation can regain credibility, effectiveness, and strategic relevance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Paquet. One more round of applause for Professor. He so aptly painted the picture for us. The geopolitical tectonic plates are shifting. Hence why the discussions we'll be having over the next 2 days are absolutely critical. And now to hear from a voice from the multilateral world, a very key player in this whole ecosystem. Please help me in welcoming our next speaker, the Undersecretary General and Director General of the United Nations Office at Nairobi, Her Excellency Zainab Hawa Bangura. Round of applause for Her Excellency.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Honorable Ahmed Abdul Salam Ibrahim, Principal Secretary, National Government Coordination, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Professor Karl-Heinz Paquet, President of Libra International, Mr. Ralph Ebel, Project Director, East Africa Office and Global Partnership. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm deeply honored to be with you this morning. I recognize the distinguished gathering of political, economic, trade, development, finance, technology, and other leaders and experts in this room. I join you to offer a few reflections shaped by my own journey. As a former senior government minister in my own country, Sierra Leone, I headed 2 ministries, Foreign Affairs and Health. As a former civil society leader who led the fight for democracy in my country and led the biggest NGO on human rights, good governance, and women's empowerment. As someone who has served in senior leadership roles in the United Nations, and as a woman, a proud African woman and mother who has lived through several generations of development cooperation. Let me begin with the larger reality before us. For decades, development cooperation was shaped by a relatively centralized model. Donors often design, finance, and assess programs, while recipient countries were expected to implement them, and at times were judged from a distance. That model delivered important gains, but it is no longer sufficient for the world we now face. Today's development landscape is defined by climate shocks, conflicts, death stress, demographic change, technological disruption, and geopolitical competition. In many places, people are also losing patience with institutions that are slow to adapt, duplicate efforts, or measure success by process rather than by real impact. This is not an abstract challenge. Across many regions, strife and conflict are leaving more people vulnerable in conflict and post-conflict settings. Proxy wars, hidden agendas, and overlapping crises make the task of cooperation more urgent, but also more complex. So the question before us is not whether multilateral cooperation is still needed. It is needed more than ever. The real question is whether it can adapt fast enough, work better across institutions and partnership, and deliver results that people can see and trust. I would like to frame my reflection around 3 shifts that, in my view, are essential if development cooperation is to remain relevant. First, from hierarchy to junior partnership. Second, from control to local ownership. And third, from commitment to accountability results. First, we must move from hierarchy to genuine partnership. Development cooperation now operates in a more multipolar and contested world. African countries, emerging economies, traditional donors, private investors, philanthropic actors, and regional institutions all bring their own interests, influence, and resources to the table. Partnership must therefore be honest and transparent about those interests, and clear about how resources can be aligned with mutually beneficial objectives. Only then can cooperation produce more strategic, inclusive, and impactful outcomes for people and communities. New economic and demographic formations, including BRICS and other South-South platforms, reflect a changing global balance and a stronger demand for voice, representation, and practical cooperation at local, regional, and global levels. Inclusive multilateralism must engage this formation, not as competitors who dismiss, but as reality to be understood, and partners to be shaped around shared values, mutual respect, and concrete outcome. The test is not whether every partner thinks alike. It is whether cooperation can protect human dignity, expand opportunity, and reduce vulnerability in a fragmented world. Second, we must move from control to local ownership. Development must be democratized, not only in the language we use, but in the way priorities are set, resources are managed, and success is defined. If communities, women, young people, local governments, and national institutions do not own the agenda, reforms may be funded, but they will struggle to endure. This is why trust-based funding models are essential. Excessive control can weaken initiatives. Joining partnership gives local actors the confidence and flexibility to solve problems in context. It requires a shift from simply funding activities to truly building capacity and strengthening capability. Public institutions that can deliver, civil society that can hold power accountable, and citizens who can shape the voices that affect their lives. Third, we must move from commitment to accountability results. Too often, discussions about development cooperation focuses either on the shortcomings of donors or on governance failure within the recipient countries. The truth is that accountability must be shared. This is also where the question of financing becomes central. Is official development assistance still relevant? Absolutely. ODA matters, especially in moments of crisis, in fragile settings, and where basic services must be protected. But ODA alone cannot finance the future that people need. For this reason, each actor must play its part. Development partners must improve the way they engage, with greater inclusivity and stronger impact at the grassroots level. Governments must strengthen transparency, accountability, and service delivery. Civil society must continue to advocate for citizens and hold institutions accountable. Genuine partnership requires responsibility on all sides. Public funds must also be used more wisely to reduce risk, attract responsible private capital, and support sectors that create jobs, resilience, and opportunity. The goal is to make capital, public and private, work for people, communities, and national priorities. That means investing early before crisis deepen, building market before young people lose hope, and strengthening institutions before shocks expose their weaknesses. If these three shifts matter, it is because people experience development cooperation not as architecture, communique, or institutional reform, but in very practical ways, whether a clinic has medicine, whether people can access vaccine and treatment during a pandemic, whether a child can go to school safely and learn, whether a mother can deliver her baby without fear, whether a young person can find work, whether a woman can live safely, and whether a community can face shocks with confidence and resilience. That is why the future of cooperation should be judged less by the volumes of commitment and more by the quality of sustainable transformation achieved. This is why we must reimagine cooperation models for a more complex world. We need a new social contract for development cooperation, one based on agency, trust, and transparency, institutional reform, shared interest, and shared responsibility. Success should not be measured only by how much was spent, but by whether people live better, freer, and more secure lives because of what partners choose to do together. This people-centered approach must place women and young people at the heart of cooperation. Too often, they are treated primarily as beneficiaries of development programs. They are far more than that. They are leaders, entrepreneurs, innovators, peace builders, and powerful agents of change. Africa has the youngest population in the world, with nearly 60% of its population under the age of 25. The greatest resource available to many developing countries is not aid. It is the energy, creativity, and resilience of their citizens, especially the young people. Development cooperation should therefore be judged not only by the resources it mobilizes, but by its ability to unlock human potential through meaningful, inclusive, responsive, responsible, and impactful partnership. Let me conclude by returning to where I began. Development cooperation deserves a renewed chance, but not in its traditional form. It must move from hierarchy to partnership, from control to ownership, and from commitment to accountable results. Partnership must be locally owned, institutionally grounded, economically productive, and mutually beneficial. Above all, They must purposefully reach the most vulnerable in society so that we truly leave no one behind. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. One more round of applause for Her Excellency Zainab Hawa Bangura. Thank you for your remarks. Also acknowledging the presence and charge this to my head, not my heart, of Ambassador Professor Bitange Ndemo. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And now to our keynote speaker. We are privileged to hear from the government of Kenya at such a senior level. Please join me in welcoming the PS for the State Department for National Government Coordination, Abdisalam Ibrahim, representing the Prime Cabinet Secretary. The floor is yours.
Good morning and welcome to Kenya. Karibuni Nairobi. My name is Ahmed Abdisalam. I'm representing the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and I'll deliver his speech. Your Excellencies, members of the United Nations leadership, ambassadors, the academia, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted and honored to join you today during the inauguration of the International Development Cooperation Conference here in Nairobi, Kenya. The conference comes at a time that the world is undergoing a tumultuous time when multilateralism is facing its biggest challenge and the global geopolitical order is under test. In this conference themed Transformation, International Development, Cooperation, Markets, Interest and Partnerships in a changing global order, Kenya stands before you today to speak not as a passive observer of global dynamics, but as a leading voice for a vibrant, assertive, and transforming global South. The architecture of international development cooperation is pioneered 8 years ago in the wake of the Second World War, faces its deepest structural crisis of legitimacy and financing since its inception. For decades, the global South has been viewed through the narrow, restrictive lens of traditional aid. Today, we must confront an uncomfortable truth, the evidence that the traditional development aid model has not paid. The framework of aid dependency is frayed, and its paternalistic culture is completely spent. Kenya, and indeed the wider global South, no longer seeks traditional charity. We demand urgency. Our continent is no longer the poster child of charity case. We are a dynamic hub of human talent, digital innovation, and unmatched natural resources. What our nations rightfully demand today is fair access to global markets, reform of global financial architecture, strategic technology transfers, private capital investment, and equitable partnerships that unlock self-sustaining growth. Distinguished guests, indeed, our President, His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto, has been most vocal about these demands in global states, including our latest and historic G7 gathering in Evian-le-Pins, France. At the same time, we recognize that traditional donor nations are facing intense domestic pressures of their kind. Surge of nationalism, tightening budgets, and the war in their midst. In this fragmenting multilateral order, public spending must be justified politically and strategically through tangible impact. We cannot simply pretend that the world is as it was in the 1950s. A lot has changed and continues to change. Over the last 5 years alone, the rapid shift towards a fractured multipolar reality has shattered the old assumptions of predictable global solidarity. The weaponization of supply chains, the rise of defensive economic blocs, and a distinct turn toward a security-first foreign policy mean that international engagement has largely become transactional. Developing nations are no longer passive recipients of aid. They are strategic actors, navigating a fragmented landscape where economic efficiency is routinely sacrificed for geopolitical de-risking. Ladies and gentlemen, to remain relevant, development cooperation must urgently abandon its outdated top-down formulas. We must reform our core principles to focus on genuine resilient partnerships that reflect strategic autonomy or risk watching the entire apparatus of global development dissolve into the cracks of geopolitical rivalry. To achieve this, our structural reforms must focus on three core pillars. First, we must deploy, as the framing of this conference asserts, markets to serve development. Entrepreneurship, competition, and open markets are the most powerful engines of human prosperity and individual dignity ever created. Consider a concrete example. Kenya has successfully built a globally recognized digital ecosystem, earning our reputation as Africa's Silicon Savannah. Driven by domestic innovations like M-Pesa, we digitalized financial inclusion without relying on traditional aid frameworks. Furthermore, over 90% of Kenya's electricity grid is powered by green energy. Instead of traditional donor-funded grants that expire when the project cycle ends, a modernized development framework utilizes blended finance. By using public development funds to de-risk investments, we can crowd in a private equity to build massive cross-border green energy grids and e-mobility infrastructure across the East African community. This creates local industrial jobs, builds lasting infrastructure, and generates a real return on capital under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The future lies in private sector market creation, not bureaucratic disbursements. Second, we must openly pursue and declare our interests. Traditionally, donor countries hid their real interests, such as the quest for raw materials and guaranteed access to consumer markets behind the benevolent messaging of traditional aid models. The landscape of development cooperation has fundamentally changed, demanding a clear-eyed acknowledgement that national interests are the primary drivers of international engagements. Today, we must openly accept that pursuing strategic, political, and technological interest is both legitimate and entirely necessary for all nations involved. International partnerships are strongest when they are built on transparent, mutual utility rather than patronizing dependencies. In this transactional era, the birth forward requires us to align our strategic needs directly with tangible local economic growth. For example, as the West seeks to secure digital mineral supply chains for the green transition, the old model of raw extraction must be abandoned. True partnership means co-creating value addition and processing facilities within host nations like Kenya, turning a strategic supply chain requirement into a shared industrial victory where mutual interests directly reinforce one another. Third, we must restore credibility through localized ownership and structural innovation. We must completely abandon institutional transplantation, the failed practice of copy-pasting Western bureaucratic models into our distinct local realities. True transformation requires co-creation. Concretely, this means modernizing labor mobility and migration frameworks to match Africa's youth boom with the global North's demographic shifts. It means upgrading digital trade infrastructure and pioneering innovative financing mechanisms that mobilize institutional capital. Success must no longer be measured by the volume of dollars a donor country disperses, but by the number of sustainable jobs created, markets expanded, and sovereign partnerships secured. Excellencies, I'm glad that from the conference concept, the central question before this conference is not whether development cooperation should continue. Rather, the question before us is how it must evolve to remain credible and relevant in a changing global order. The future of international stability depends on whether liberal democracies can forge a genuine alliance with Global South, one rooted in mutual economic opportunity rather than dependency. Finally, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Frederick Naumann Foundation for freedom for convening this important conference in this time and in this space, Kenya. Let us use this conference to replace the outdated aid paradigm with a strategy of cooperation. Kenya stands ready to lead this transformation. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much to our keynote speaker, Bwana PS. One more round of applause. And I think it's safe to say that there is a consensus, at least from all of the speeches this morning, that development cooperation must continue, but the question is in what form? We'll be having a discussion after the coffee break, and I have to say this is probably the first or second event that I've done that we've actually kept time and going into the coffee break on time. I think that's German efficiency at its best. Definitely deserves a round of applause. So if we can come back into the room, it's now 10:15. In the next 30 minutes, 10:45, to reconvene here for the presentation of the report and then the panel discussion. Thank you so much. Enjoy your coffee and tea, and we'll be back here at 10:45.
as Judy mentioned, my name is Arpita Nepal, and yes, incidentally, the country was named after me. What can you do? So before I introduce you to the next session, there are some important logistics announcements. I am going to be hopefully your MC throughout the event, so you can follow me around. To follow the updated schedule, what's happening, you have an app that you needed to download on your smartphone. It came with your registration email. It's called Digito One. The full program is uploaded on that app. That app is super, super, super important because we're collecting all your comments, your questions for sessions and everything via the app. So there's a tab within that app that says Ask Questions. You can use that to ask your questions or put in your comments during sessions. There's another very important tab in that app that says Key Takeaways. That is for you to reflect whenever you have an aha moment in the conference. You talk to someone, you never thought about things those ways. So please record that in that Key Takeaways tab. We'll be sharing that at the end of the conference for everybody, with everybody, right? So please use that tab. There's a tab called a library, which has all the papers already uploaded in there, so you can read it in your free time. And there are many more features. Now, if you don't know, like me, you're slightly hesitant with technology, we have a help desk outside with Michael manning it. So please, if you have any problems with the app, just take your smartphones with him and he will explain the whole thing to you in detail, right? So we have that set up. The other thing about logistics is, well, it's a German organization running the show. They usually like to be on time. And so we're trying to run the show on time. So please keep that in mind. Please be here according to the schedule. Whenever there are breakout sessions, I will always announce the rooms that they are allocated to. So I hope you've already indicated your preference for breakout sessions during your registration process. And you can always, change your mind because we'll be asking the speakers to pitch their sessions and invite you to come join the discussions, right? But there are seating limitations in the breakout sessions, so please keep that in mind. It will be first come, first serve basis. And finally, we hope you will take this opportunity to network and exchange ideas on how to make development work better for all of us. It's an topic, it's a personal obsession of mine in general. So really looking forward to exchanging ideas with all of you. And we're really, really grateful for your participation in this conference. So thank you for giving us your valuable time. All right, so with that being said, let's start off with the conference. Now, in 2025, official development assistance declined by 23.1%, which is representing the largest contraction, and we are back to the levels of about 10 years ago. 2024 was the first time we saw this decline, which was about 6%. Prior to that, we had about 5 years of continuous growth in ODA. Now, more and more, the commitments to multilateral organizations are declining, while bilateral assistance saw a drastic downfall just in this past year. Well, critique of development assistance, well, let's be honest, it's been around since its inception. However, institutions that are supposed to deliver development assistance and the manner in which development assistance is decided and delivered has increasingly raised very, very valid criticisms, both from the Global South and the Global North. It is within this context that this conference wants to look at this question of development cooperation in general. Now, the first symbol of rebellion that we've put in this conference is, if you can call it that, is to move the conversation from development assistance to saying development cooperation, because we firmly believe that it is high time to recognize that countries that actually enter into an agreement about development have both something to offer on both sides of the table, and that is an important acknowledgement. With this in mind, a team of people have been working for the last couple of months to look at development cooperation from a fresh perspective and try and outline fundamental principles that could help us determine the path forward. Following discussion on this topic of what the future of international development cooperation should look like, that is the conversation that we are about to have. Now, to carry this conversation forward, we have two co-authors of the conference paper that you have received with a welcome packet. I hope you've all been able to see. It's also uploaded on the library in your Digito app. I'd like to call upon my colleagues in this journey, Mr. James Shikwati and Mr. Rainer Heufers, if we could give them a round of applause and welcome them. Well, James, let me introduce James as he's walking along. James is the founder of Interregion Economic Network based in Kenya. Above all, he's a brilliant economist who has looked at this question of development for a very, very long time. and has produced books and plenty of policy papers on the question of development of initiatives, especially in Africa. Rainer is a policy expert who is currently the chairman of the Epicenter, which is a network of European think tanks based in Brussels. But also, Rainer is the founder of Center for Indonesian Policy Studies. It's a think tank based in Indonesia. So what he brings unique to the table is he brings with him a perspective of development from both the European side as well as the Asian side, owing to his vast experience. James and Rainer, I hand over the conversation to you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Arpita. It's a great pleasure to be here talking to you all today. Indeed, the paper has been produced for this conference, From Aid to Growth, and we hope you'll all have a look and find it insightful and interesting. We have the honor to represent the entire global population here, representing the global north and the global south, although some might question two men on the panel might not represent everyone, but generally speaking, we're trying to represent both spheres, and it's great to be here. James.
Yeah, thank you, Rainer. Karibuni, Nairobi. It's a good opportunity to finally have a conversation, as Arpita pointed out, is as old as the cooperation debate from the time humanity started assisting each other. So I really look forward to the conversation between what we've characterized as the North and the South. So I will coronate myself to be the king of the South.
It's a pleasure dealing with you, Your Honor. So that makes me the king of the North, for those from the North who don't know that yet. So these were great opening speeches. I think they were all inspiring. They gave us directions. What we are hearing in the conference afterwards is then how to actually practically do that. And we are trying to be the bridge, right? I think first we need to look into that whole term cooperation. Are we talking about a continuation or a second chance? Are we talking about development cooperation? What is it when we're talking about it? I would say I would actually be more provocative than Ralph Abel from the Naumann Foundation and say, maybe it's not about development cooperation. Maybe it's just about international cooperation where countries and especially businesses collaborate for the benefit of their businesses and the countries for the benefit of their countries. And that takes it to the eye level that we are actually seeking to have. So we need to get away from any donor-recipient model or whatever. We need to just talk about eye-level cooperation. James, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Rainer. I think from the opening speeches, one of the key points that came out is that we assume that all these countries are standing on the same level and assume, therefore, they can have what you call high-level discussion. But the reality of the matter is that some countries are very young. I mean, if you talk about African countries, the majority of them, for example, could be 70 years old. I think Egypt and maybe Ghana and others are still below 70. So such countries cooperating with other countries that could be talking about 1,000 years of existence, 2,000, 3,000, or 500 years, it means this has to be something we have to rethink, relook when we use some of these terms, cooperation, high level, because the power balance is clearly not the same. And in this case, if I use Africa as an example, we've had development cooperation, as Arpita pointed out, for years since independence. And if you look at the figures, what our guest from the UN was talking about, accountability and measurement, then you come across figures that show Africa's participation in global trade is almost like a flat line, 3%, right? And this cooperation. So is it leading to development, or what's happening that makes the line remain flat? That's part of the reason we're having this conference, to explore these topics in detail.
So you're in a way relating already to the issue of geopolitics here as well, right? So in a way, we can see that countries are now much more exposed to global value chains, global supply chains. Just on the flight here, I saw the American companies had made a deal here in Kenya to secure some rare earth, but that the value added should be actually done here in Kenya. I think the gentleman from the Prime Cabinet Secretary actually referred to that, but I have worked in Indonesia, as was said before, and to actually have the value added in the country can't just be a slogan. That means you need to have all the technologies and everything in the country to actually pull that off. So just an export ban on any resources isn't necessarily a good first step. You need to prepare it in different ways. So here, as you say, a younger country probably faces more challenges. How do you see that?
Yeah, because, for example, Africa with its 54 nation states, each trying to look at the other partner at the same eye level, faces greater challenge if they do not create strategy, a forward-looking strategy of what are the interests, as it was outlined in the opening remarks, that international cooperation is about each country looking at its own interests. But we look at it from the African perspective, then it's going to be a big challenge if Kenya keeps looking at its own interests, Uganda, let's say South Africa, Nigeria. And so development cooperation is having this possibility to maybe go beyond individual country interests, but start looking at the regional interests as a bargaining tool. That's why there's been the proposition of what we'll call corridor growth model. So if you're talking about natural resources or minerals, for example, we know the Democratic Republic of Congo is known for wealth of natural resources, but on their own, without energy, if they chose to say you will not take our minerals unless you add value, then it's not going to happen. So what it means here, as we rethink this paradigm, is how regionalism can be part of the strategy of rethinking, a corridor strategy, and be part of the rethinking. Kenya already, as the Prime Cabinet Secretary said, it prides itself on the green energy. We've seen our neighbors, Ethiopia, priding themselves with the latest surplus of energy because of the dam project they launched the other day. So if we go the corridor model, then it will mean each country has to see what value they can share with the neighbors so that then they catalyze whatever resources they have. If not, then we might lapse back to I just need help.
Thank you. Reminds me of what China did recently in collaboration with foreign pharmaceutical companies. They introduced a bundling approach. So if we buy pharmaceutical products, then we bundle them across, but it's just one country and not cross-country or international. The purchases, the Western pharmaceutical companies found themselves very much put at a disadvantage by that decision by the Chinese government. But it is indeed trying to actually raise the purchase power and the conditions of obviously on the purchase side. So that's what you are talking about, but
approach, and then we should not forget technology. Again, this was highlighted in the opening remarks, especially digitalization, artificial intelligence. The superpowers in technology, have got that advantage. And therefore, if you're talking about cooperation, you have to think about your bargaining power, very important, and have your situational awareness. So where are you at? What are you good at? What are you weak at? And then how you can build leverage with awareness. And I think what the debate, rather the presentation in the morning was showing us is that countries are really shy at the moment to just rely on top-down approach, meaning leaders don't want to be dictated to. They want to be, I think the term used was co-create. They want to be part of the conversation, part of the agenda, part of the decision-making. There was a term, localization. They like to be part of the process so that they can be development. I think the most common term used for that is agency. In Africa, for example, say, okay, we'd like to see African agency, but we don't just want English words. It's not enough to shout and talk about agency without having an intentional strategy of how to get that agency going. And so I think from the South, what I could gather from the morning session, the South has been feeling suffocated for some time, that their agency does not come out, or whatever they wish to do, nobody listens to them. But now with the big word that also came up in the morning, geopolitics, I think there's the aspect of multipolarity. We had also the conversation that now trade opportunities are now multiple. So we are no longer in the linear model where you only export to Europe and you only celebrate when you access European market. Now we've got Asian options, we've got the Middle East options. Within Africa, we have the aspiration, I should use that word, for continental free trade area. So I think this multiplicity of markets, which is part of the theme we are looking at here, is creating a new dynamic that it's not just the old market where we used to refer to the Washington consensus, right? America as the core. But now there are several other nodes or polars, if you might want to use that term, that is creating possibilities.
And here is exactly where we turn from the words, agency, geopolitics, in the morning to more practical view on things, because we need to break it down. What does it actually mean? Even when you say agency, whose agency? At the end of the day, we need business partners to actually come to a conclusion that there is a profitable deal between them. Ideally, from our point of view, it will be private sector partners, but we do have also government-linked, controlled, or even owned companies involved in this. It should be ideally also small, medium-sized enterprises. Quite often it's more just the larger ones. But at the end of the day, it needs companies to actually meet and decide there is something worthwhile doing here. So agency comes down to that very, if you want, basic level. But with that not set in place, it's not going to happen. We can talk about value adding in Kenya, but if you don't have the companies, the business partners ready to do this, it won't work. China was quite clever in the way when they attracted big foreign direct investment. They also brought the small, medium-sized enterprises from foreign countries into China to say we need the supply chain also to have the technology that is needed. And so they attracted the entire ecosystem, if you want, from other countries, and now they of course have this whole nation approach inside China towards their high-tech development. So one key message, and that you want, and they trade, right? There's no, countries don't trade, countries don't invest. It's businesses that trade and invest. But when it comes to the countries, they should support, if they can, whatever the business partnerships are trying to achieve. So there is a role of the government, obviously, in this. But for that, the countries, the nations, need to be strategically organized so that they have actually an interest that they pursue. And in the paper, you'll find that we see Rwanda, for example, as a country that has a quite clear plan, and they're staying quite coordinated internally how to execute that plan for the country. And in comparison, you have a country like South Africa that is less so, where different ministries pursuing different negotiations and is less coordinated. And in Europe, you have this between Italy that has its plan for Africa that is much more coordinated and led by the Prime Minister herself, whereas Germany is one of those uncoordinated countries where you have a development ministry, a foreign ministry, then there's a chancellor somewhere, and there's other ministries that all have their own negotiations ongoing. So it requires, agency means we need to have our strategic interests clearly formulated, communicated and executed, and we need to rely on the business sector to actually make it all happen.
Yeah, so Ryan, I can see what you're putting on the table is that for this development cooperation maybe going forward is to look at the ecosystem that enables the actors. And in this case, the actors being the private sector, the individual citizens, when they are acting on whatever product or initiative they have. And so there are 2 points, maybe I'll pick from that. The first being that the governments create the ecosystem that enable. And that ecosystem is probably what in the early morning session was being framed as the interest. So our ecosystem has this interest, and therefore we relate with the other ecosystem. And I think that has been the big challenge, especially for countries in the global south, whereas we had in the morning, the top-down meant the top dictates the ecosystem of the recipient country, and making it difficult then for them to grow their private sector, for example, that then can competitively also, connect to the other ecosystem. So I think going forward, of course, we have 1.5 days to try and unpack all this, but I think the Global South has, again, as it was mentioned in the morning, BRICS, as one of the vehicles. They are trying to articulate their ecosystem agency to the other side so that they can create a balanced possibility. And then probably beyond the ecosystem, there are the enablers that you'd say the national governments have to put in place, energy being one of them. I've already mentioned about the aspect of technology. And then, of course, there's the skills aspect. That, again, if there's no intentional strategy of having strategic skills, then it's going to be even more difficult to the next level for cooperation. And in this case, there's a big debate on whether, for example, the kind of skills we give to our youth in Africa are really resonating with the market. And then with artificial intelligence, I think the debate is even accelerating further on whether we have redundant, skills that we are trying to put in place. But this is open for debate in the next 1.5 days.
And this is how I would interpret the word development cooperation. Not a one-directional one, but a two-directional or multi-directional one, because it's not about one country working with the other so that the other develops. This is a mutual interest collaboration, because when you say skills are lacking, we also have resources lacking, capital lacking. Sounds like you're describing Germany at the moment. We have a huge problem.
I thought that's more Kenya than just Germany.
But we have similar challenges. I mean, we have them on a very different levels and different ways, but what Germany needs definitely at the moment is development, because we're stuck over there, and not just Germany, several other countries as well.
Yeah, so I think the challenge then looks like the shared challenge is for us to avoid going into a nostalgic mindset. Nostalgic meaning going back to what you're good at, and therefore you feel, let's go back to the good old days. I think good old days maybe for the North, right? Okay, but I would say that forward-looking. Now, I think the development cooperation needs to have more ingredients towards forward-looking. What is it that we would like society to have, the forward-looking world, so that everybody can enjoy prosperity, nobody is left behind. I think in Kenya, our president is always talking about that. And we've seen countries from Asia, they use the term shared future. So, sharing is never easy. So I think drilling deeper into those terms for the forward-looking, I think then creates the possibility, as we've mentioned, that this is really multi-directional. It's no longer the linear kind of, we know it, we bring it, you take it, okay? So it's more about multi-directional, meaning the South has a lot, in fact. It has been giving, it has not been paid well, but now it's trying to renegotiate to create a platform that makes sure fairness is on the table. Okay, the North too has done what it has done, for example, creating the institutions, as we heard from our presenter from the UN, and the institutions are under strain as we speak. The trust issues have come up. People don't trust these institutions. And I think it's happening across the world. Even this morning, for those who watch news in United Kingdom, trust issues, high turnover of prime ministers. It means that the people can see what's happening, and therefore they're saying, we don't want this. So having a responsive, agile, adaptive, forward-looking, multi-directional sense of development cooperation.
And this is so important, and I think that sets a tone for the whole conference. This is eye-level cooperation, basically.
Yeah.
But let me just, in the limited time that we have, also talk a bit about the development cooperation as we have it right now. I'd rather then call it development assistance that we are executing at the moment. And this one needs to change. You know, this one, if there is supposed to be something like a second chance, it has to fundamentally change, because talking about completely abandoning development assistance isn't just some radical groups anymore. We're talking about the White House, we're talking about the majority, in polling the majority in Germany at the moment, which is the far-right party. We have that in France, we have that in the UK with Reform UK, etc. So we have people who are just basically saying, let's get away from this, stop this. This is obviously not this is more people who insist on a nationalism, sovereignty issues, etc. What we are talking about, staying globally connected, just like what we heard from Liberal International earlier, staying globally connected, collaborating on an international level. For development funds, I think that means there needs to be a repurposing. For once, for example, humanitarian aid has been cut tremendously, and now I'm referring mostly to Germany. It has been cut from 2 to just 1 billion euros from 2024 to 25. The contributions to the World Food Programme has been cut by half, from 1 billion to half a billion. So this is when people really need money because they are in conflict, in crisis, in natural catastrophes, etc. They really need help. They get less. And that, I don't think, is the right way to go. So there need to be funds for helping people who really, really face acute crisis. That's one. Multilateral assistance can actually do more effective help. They can actually help in terms of pandemics, environmental challenges, etc. There are still reform areas when it comes to United Nations and World Bank, etc. There's still things that can be done much better. But generally speaking, this is a very coordinated approach that I believe is something worth doing. What I think is what radically needs to change is the bilateral technical cooperation, which needs to be reduced substantially so that these funds can be reallocated to humanitarian aid, because bilateral technical cooperation is basically to 50% of ODA, the bilateral commitments go into social services. But social services funded by taxpayers of other countries will not be sustainable in the long run. So here we need to really focus on financial support through guarantees, investment guarantees, etc., so that business partnerships can flourish and jobs are created instead of creating artificial social security systems.
Yeah, I would say the king of the north has spoken. Okay, yeah, because as I say, the ecosystem is the real thing we need to look at. And you know, part of what causes humanitarian crisis, again, we heard from our presenter from the UN, it's always important to check what's the cause. And the cause sometimes is competition over resources. And that's why we're having the theme on markets. So if we create market infrastructure that makes it easier for countries to access whatever they need so that they don't need to use war as a pretext, because when you use conflict, that's part of what leads to humanitarian challenges that then overwhelm the assistance part. And then, of course, we had also in the morning about climate issue, meaning the changes in the environment, flooding, droughts, also lead to, you know, humanitarian challenges that need to be addressed. But still going back to the infrastructure of enabling the actors, really, is the core. Because if we have business people in Africa that are also thriving, you know, they can fund, you know, they can support the government or their governments as such. So I think the key point for me here is, you know, changing the idea that one side determines how the other side's ecosystem should work. And, you know, if that's taken care of, then that localization aspiration that the UN speaker was referring to then will take effect. But in terms of humanitarian, as the word says, people in Africa, we have a word for it, Ubuntu. They'll always step up to assist each other. And just the last point on that, for me, is more about what you'll call mentor model. What is informing why you're doing what you're doing? And so the North, what has been informing what they're doing, okay? And what needs to be changed? And the example I would give is somebody from the North maybe coming, in most cases, would be seeking to assist somebody in the South. We've seen people from Asia coming in Africa and they're setting up businesses. And they're not even using the language that they're assisting anybody. You know, there's steel mills, they're putting up manufacturing plants. So I think the mindset, if I may use such a generic term, is really critical in both sides. But there's also the challenge for the South. The mindset that the North always helps also is a big challenge. So that you see somebody from the North, in Kenya we call them Muzungu, see Muzungu, you see money, you see help, okay? You don't want to engage in business. So the mindset issue is not just a North issue, it's also a South issue that both ends need to intentionally work on it. It's not going to fade off on its own. We have to really proactively work on it and first of all map it and accept we have it as a challenge and then turn it around. Just from the example I gave on the onset, if you look at the trade volumes, for example, between Africa and Germany, because this is a German organization, I think German's global trade is over 1.7 trillion, I think, globally. But if you look at the German Africa trade volumes, 2% of the 1.7 trillion. But we've been together since we got independence. So it means there's something missing that makes that number go big elsewhere, but not in Africa. So Africa needs to ask itself, what's the issue? The same for Germany. So I think it's a two-street, do we say two-way? Two-way approach that each needs to critique what it is that they have as a mindset and then work on it intentionally and not just hope it will fade away.
Thank you very much, James. So you find most of the things that were brought up here in broader terms, more specifically in the paper, and the mindset indeed matters here, but great to see from the opening speeches we have the same mindset here, and let's sort out the details in the conference. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening, and we wish you all a great conference.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, James and Rainer, for proclaiming yourselves the kings of the North and the South and giving us a very, very interesting conversation. Well, as the queen of the top of the world, I decree that this is quite an interesting conversation. I think underlying all of this, though, is one aspect that is slightly missing from this conversation about development cooperation in general, is the aspect of state capacity. It is the aspect of state capacity both in terms of global north, how much consent there is, because it's not a monolith that we're dealing with in terms of cooperation. These are individual countries that are dealing, and the state capacity matters quite a lot. All right, so before we move on, well, constructive critiques of development cooperation, I think in general will only enhance the conversation on how we move forward. Now, one can always question the relevance or importance of development cooperation, but what aid data does, and that's what you're seeing on the screen right now, it's been doing this wonderful survey titled Listening to Leaders Survey since 2015. And what you're looking at is from their 2025 report. Now, this figure clearly shows that leaders in the global south, and they're largely asking leaders in the global south for this, still see the influence and relevance of development partners. So, you know, they clearly see that these organizations are still important, and continued partnership is very important. So, to discuss some very, very valid criticisms and of development infrastructure in general so far, what kind of reform needs to happen, I'd like to hand over the session to another very, very insightful colleague, Ms. Victoria Rubadiri, who you've heard from the first session. I'm sure she's a familiar face on TV for many of you, but Victoria also brings years of experience of reporting on African impact stories of development, which I'm sure she'll bring to the to the table discussion today. And I think, it's an interesting conversation to have. Does development cooperation really deserve a second chance? And I think we have an interesting panel coming up to take forward this discussion. Victoria is currently CNN's Connecting Africa correspondent. Over to you, Victoria.
Thank you so much, Arpita. I have to say that James and Reiner, that's a very hard act to follow, but I will attempt. This next discussion, and just before I give an introduction for the discussion, a quick housekeeping note. So for those of you who are on the app, you can actually field your questions for any of the panelists. We've already seen a couple coming in for James and Reiner through the app, and then we'll be able to ask the questions to the panel from there. But we'll also have a roving mic moving around the room as well to take your questions audibly after the panel discussion. So we are wanting to unpack the question, is a second chance for international development cooperation worth that? Let me introduce my panel very quickly as they come up. We have Mustafa Ibrahim, Deputy Director General from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs here in Kenya. Kindly join me, sir. We also have Dr. Christoph Hoffmann, ex-chair of the Bundestag Development Committee. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours. And Dr. Gary Conille, UN Resident Coordinator here in Kenya. Kindly join me. And we also have Chebet Mutai, who is the founder and CEO of Waza Wazi, if she's in the room to join us. Kindly join us on stage as well. Fantastic. So as she's coming up, a brief intro. So development cooperation is being questioned from every side. We have the donors who have stopped funding, or at least it's dwindling down. We have the countries on the receiving end that are frustrated, and those who are in the system very confused as to whether they want to do away with it or rebuild an entirely new one. And really from the morning speeches, it seemed pretty obvious that the actors in that development cooperation ecosystem agreed that we should continue, but again, the how. And so what this panel seeks to do is to pressure test that idea. How do we do it? And over the next half hour, we'll field a few questions to get your thoughts out. And then we'll have at least 10 minutes for questions from the audience. Let me begin with Dr. Hoffmann. We've seen the case against aid going mainstream, not just in Europe, but also the US. We've seen, of course, once US aid was stopped, what that did in terms of impact. The criticism at times can come from a populist view, but some of it is valid. Where do you own some of the pushback against development aid from your perspective?
Yeah, I think there's a general criticism that people cannot follow up. They don't see what their tax money is doing. And so you cannot convince voters to support international cooperation and spending the money for it if they cannot follow and they don't see the success. So this is very important to change. And I think when it comes to the diagnosis of international cooperation, I think we have to look at the lessons learned in the past few years. Things have changed. Number one is globalization lifted out millions of people out of poverty. So this is very important to see. And you can see setbacks like a COVID crisis where globalization was set out of order. And then you see number two, the China initiative of Belt and Road, investing in hard infrastructure without asking questions, in getting raw materials for their own markets. And number three, when it comes to German development cooperation, the power of markets and private investment was always underestimated and didn't play too much of a role because the organizations of international cooperation in Germany is sort of government-led and government-funded and run by functionaries.
And just to tag on that, being a government bilateral kind of agreement, let me come to you, Deputy DG, because the complaint about aid isn't that it's too little, but that the donor still calls the shots, even in terms of which sectors are going to benefit, right? From the government perspective, where have you seen this aid relationship hold the country back or even benefit? We're trying to interrogate just what this aid relationship looks like.
Thank you, Victoria, and thank you, Frederick Newman Foundation, for convening this. Well, I mean, the development cooperation, of course, has been criticized for long. But of course, that's not to say that it has actually obvious benefits. It has helped, of course, reduce poverty, tackle diseases and all that. But then there are also genuine criticisms. Like, for instance, it has led to more dependency. And in some instances, of course, it does not speak to the national priorities. Now, as of course you say, I mean, it does not speak to national priorities most times because of the conditionalities that are set without consultations with the recipient countries. I suppose, of course, there is need for development cooperation to be tied and suited to national priorities, and this can be done through co-creation. Like, you listen to the priorities. It should not be prescribed. It should be consultative. I mean, the success of development cooperation should be mutually owned, but then the problems must also be identified together through consultations. In Kenya, of course, His Excellency the President has been very vocal in this, and he has called for not only for the reforms of the international development cooperation, but also of international financial architecture, in, of course, a bid to make Africa define its own problems and its priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll dig a bit deeper into that as we go along. Dr. Cornel, you have played both sides of this conversation, literally, having now being embedded in the UN system, but also being a head of government as well on the receiving end. Does the development community really understand its failures? And did anyone see this coming? Because it seemed once aid stopped, people were caught off guard in the development sector. So have they owned some of the failures and seen some of those shifts that are causing the problems that we're seeing now?
First, really, thank you so much for including us, and thank you for tabling what I think is such an important and fundamental question. You've raised, and I've heard it raised here several times, the fact that aid in general has gone down significantly, 2025, almost 25%, and often we see this as sort of a problem. I see it as the end of an illusion. The gap for the SDGs alone is about $4 trillion, and there would never, ever be any way to fill that gap from a treasury to treasury financial action of any kind. What the moment gives us is the opportunity to rethink what's required for us to achieve our common goals and results. And today, what is required is a different compact. It's a different bargain that goes far beyond the traditional look at aid, that requires global markets, that requires better access to capital. 2018 to 2024, 99 countries where 5.5 billion people lived spend trillions in interest, right? If governments today could borrow at the same rate as development countries do, they would save 2 times the amount they actually receive in ODA. That has to be part of the compact as well. If we have more effective access to markets, if we can establish a corporation that continues to support the collective goals that we have, then we have effectively a new chance for this cooperation partnership that earns the trust of the citizens. But there's another component to this that's also extremely important. Governments themselves have to be held accountable. They have to show transparency. So what we're talking about is a whole new bargain where we learn from the experience of the past few years, and we establish a new platform for cooperation that factors in these different elements. The critical success factor for this new era of cooperation should be what does it achieve in terms of results? Does it help market access? Does it reduce barriers to capital? Does it help increase the capacity and effectiveness of governments to play their role? If we frame what we're trying to establish from that perspective, we come up with a solution that I think will be beneficial to all partners.
Jabet, let me bring you in here because we're still kind of interrogating what we're calling the old system. You left the World Bank because you wanted to stop theorizing on this whole idea of development and just go ahead and build it on the ground, right? So from your perspective, having been also in the aid world, so to speak, is the problem that they were manufacturing dependency rather than actually dealing with it?
Thank you so much for inviting me. In retrospect, when I look back, I'm thinking maybe I was very emotional and maybe should just have hung out there, because the reality of being an entrepreneur, maybe that was a rash decision, but I felt that a lot of the things that we were working on were not really what was needed on the ground. And I literally asked one of my program managers, why are we working on this when this is what is required? And I kid you not, she said, that is not DC's agenda. And I was like, okay, so what exactly are we doing here? I thought this is what we're doing. So back then, that was 14 years ago, I think there was a huge disconnect between what was actually needed on the ground, and that as Africans, because I worked in Sub-Saharan Africa, my voice did not matter, and it felt that I needed to be saved by someone as an African who would come with all my solutions. And I mean, I felt that we have the capacity, the intellectual ability to solve our own problems, especially because you can see what the problem is. It's an issue of access to basics. So that's when I was like, okay, let me just create a bunch of jobs and so help people solve problems in a way that I could measure and say, because of our intervention, 100 jobs were created and this number of people's lives improved. So I felt that then there was a huge disconnect. Now when I look at like the kind of development agencies that are here now, for example, ITC or E4 Impact or a program in JZ that I'm in now, I feel like it's more relevant now because they actually talk to us and say, hey, what do you need as an entrepreneur? So I think we've come a long way. I'm not so upset about it now.
So we're starting to see, I know that deserves a round of applause, the beginnings of the co-creation that we're...
Definitely.
Fantastic. Let me come to you, Dr. Hoffman, because I just want to kind of draw out something that came out in the report for those of you who haven't dug in just yet, but it was talking about structure for some of these development agencies. So for instance, in Germany, you have 4 ministries that each run their own Africa policy. So it's not kind of consolidated vis-a-vis, say, Italy that runs everything through one office of the prime minister, right? And just how that can kind of cause just some discrepancies between a vision or a plan for the continent. What reform actually needs to happen to fix that from your perspective?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things which shouldn't happen. But let me just say, in the first place, we're not talking about humanitarian aid here, and this is something different. We're more or less talking about technical cooperation and financial cooperation on a bilateral and multilateral level. I think this is the focus on this agenda here, because if you have a disaster, of course you have to help. So this is something out of this discussion here. But what we need in the other field, in the international cooperation, shift to more understandable, sustainable, and controllable goals, like my colleague Gary just mentioned. Let me give you an example of a German corporation. They say we have to fight the climate crisis. This is okay. And we can do this by reforesting several lands. But if you ask them how many hectares have you already reforested with German money, there is no answer. And this is what taxpayers want. If they can see we have done 100,000 hectares, so our money was not in vain, it really created an effect, then it's okay. But our agencies, development cooperation agencies, they say, for instance, in that case, the opinion in the recipient country towards forest has changed. So this is a very soft goal, and it's not controllable, and it's nothing you can really argue with. So this has to change, that we have this. And number two, which has to change, is we have to create growth partnerships, because people can see growth partnerships can work. I give you an example from Italy. Italy built a large solar panel field in the Sahara area, and the international cooperation budget financed a cable for the electricity going over the Mediterranean to Italy. So people in Italy can see that they get green energy from the south to themselves when they need it for heating. And the people in Tunisia, they see that they have enough energy for the air cooling in summer. So this is a win-win situation on both sides, and these are very simple examples people can understand and can follow. And this is the future, what I think it should be, to have the acceptance in the population and then get the votes for the budget.
Now, there's also that political angle as well. Let me come to you, Deputy DG, because James had mentioned this, how African governments often feel suffocated and there's a lack of agency in terms of how things are structured. Can you speak to a project where co-creation has actually happened and yielded benefit to those who interact with that particular project?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, examples abound, but I actually will mention technical, of course, development cooperation, especially in the field of health. See, Africa, of course, even Kenya in particular, had a heavy medical burden, especially, when AIDS pandemic was at its highest. Of course, working together with our development partners.
Hold the mic closer, sorry.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to mention that where development cooperation has been most, of course, beneficial and effective is in the area of health, especially in mitigating the effects of the AIDS, HIV pandemic. I mean, most African countries, including Kenya, will have been heavily hit, were it not for development support from partners. And this is an area where I actually can quickly mention as a success story. And of course, it also underscores an example where development cooperation was done to address a priority problem for the recipient countries. Yeah. You want, is that one example enough, or you wanted more?
You can expound on that a bit more if you'd like.
Well, I mean, you see, but then for every success story, there are also many other cases where aid has, of course, resulted in dependency. See, the talk now is that we move away from dependency to partnerships, from aid to opportunity. Of course, the world is also changing. Development cooperation has to be transformed, not because it has failed, but because, of course, the world around us is also changing. Now, there are problems, of course, like for climate change, which is global in nature. Development cooperation, for instance, now should address this global problem to create more opportunities for us. I mean, in Africa, for instance, we have huge domestic capital. But then the problem is actually we are not fully exploiting these resources because of the structural inefficiencies. His Excellency the President, of course, you must have heard him speak during the opening ceremony of the Africa Forward Summit. He spoke about the need for Africa to tap into domestic resources. Africa has 400 billion deficit in development financing, but at the same time, it has $4 trillion in domestic capital, which is actually fragmented and not fully utilized. Even as we speak about now development, cooperation, transformation, we should also now at the same time talk about the need for us to actually tap into this domestic capital. Now, in the topic for today, in transforming development cooperation, how then can our development partners help the continent? It is through, of course, experience sharing. How, for instance, we can best tap into these resources and capital, even as we seek more from abroad. I think I would wish to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Cornel, let me bring you in because oftentimes there's the criticism of too many donors, too many overlapping projects, oftentimes doing the same thing in the same place. How do you fix that particular issue inside the system? And the report also talked to this, how multilateral organizations sometimes are a bit better than bilateral agreements or arrangements to fix those problems. But how do you deal with that overlapping issue?
Thank you for that. In listening to my colleagues, Kenya actually, I've been doing this for 20 plus years in more countries than I can count. Kenya actually is a country where the concept of this Coordination Development Framework 2.0 actually becomes quite operational. The government defines a clear vision, establishes a strong plan, a plan that we can stand behind, recommits to more domestic resource mobilization, a strong private sector very much implicated and involved, bilaterals that are really willing to listen and work together. And what we do as a UN, we come in and sit with the government, understand the vision and the plan, and define a UN offer that is actually consistent with the priorities and the results that have been defined by government. So in all times, it's a back and forth dialogue around where the government wants to go and how we are best positioned to be able to accompany it. But as I said a few minutes ago, this is all just one small piece of what needs to be a more comprehensive compact. And in our discussions with government is very much committed to making sure that the other components that will ensure success in our development endeavors can actually come together. In a very practical answer to your question, it is true that when you have a multitude of partners, and again, coming from Haiti, I can tell you I saw it firsthand after the earthquake. When I compare the Haiti earthquake with the tsunami, the major difference in terms of success of the international community was the government's capacity to establish a clear direction, to a clear vision and a plan, and to actually coordinate different stakeholders. When the government is able to do that effectively in any domain, you're more likely to have more efficient implementation and greater results.
Chebet, there was a line that kept coming in a lot of the speeches earlier, and that was deploy markets to serve development, right? It's almost kind of giving this idea of whether enterprise can kind of fill the gap that aid has left, right? Do you feel that enterprises can cross that line and be a benefit in that way?
Yes. First of all, I feel that a lot of the times entrepreneurs are thought of as beneficiaries rather than partners in development. And then when the development agencies bring in money, they'll fund an institution, and then the institution will fund a program. And by the time you're talking to entrepreneurs, you're now doing training, mentorship, and networking opportunities, rather than what I think real entrepreneur at the basic level, the programs are all intervention, if it is, for example, to support enterprise, should really focus in supporting that enterprise to create those jobs. So instead of focusing a lot on then outputs, number of meetings, how many people are trained, all that, which ends up being very administrative and operational. Why not focus more then on the outputs of how many businesses are in this industry, for example, and how can we support them to generate jobs on the ground, because that is what is lacking, honestly. For us, as a Kenyan, okay, as a woman entrepreneur, I have been out-trained. If I have to go for one more training, I'm gonna shoot myself. But no one, hardly, personally, I have gone to a lot of trainings, but real tangible support for my business, I'm yet to see. So I happen to have had this crazy idea to open a business in America. We have a physical location in the US, in Denver. No one has ever called me, yeah, thank you. No one, even, okay, Keproba is going to be really pissed, but they're not in the room, so I'll see it. We work to support exports, but no one has ever called me to say, how is your export journey going in America, and what can we do to support you? No one. But I'm invited for more training on exports. No one has ever asked, what is your experience? How can this be easier? So if we really are serious about crossing that divide with enterprise, let's focus on actual results for entrepreneurs. And while we are so grateful for all the ecosystem support, we've come a long way. I think now it's time to really the rubber needs to hit the road, and that you come and say, okay, these entrepreneurs, what do you really need? And at the end of it, it's money. So where is all this money going? Okay, with money, I can create more jobs, or I can expand my business, I can do more. And I have proof. For 14 years, that's all I have been doing. But there's that gap, and maybe time has come finally.
Well said. And I think it's the first time I've heard anyone complain of being out-trained as a result of these programs. But let's move into the questions. They're coming in thick and fast, so I think I want to kind of segue into that. There's one here, and I think this can go to Dr. Hoffman, from Mudhini Ngola, who says, on this shift of new development corporation, how is the global north assisting the global south to move towards that new era?
Well, that's a good question, and this is what we're working on in this agenda on this workshop here. And I think you have to look at trade barriers. This is number one, and you have to look at customs, so that should go away as far as possible. And so to make businesses possible, like she said, and make it more visible. And then, of course, you have to have bilateral consultation about growth partnerships and define fields where you can deliver and not. Like Germany can hardly build roads abroad because we don't have the capacity no more. So that's not a good project for us. But like we had a project in Egypt where we delivered 3 Siemens gas turbines to produce electricity, and at the same time we delivered vocational training for 5,000 young Kenyans to maintain those gas turbines for the long run. And this is a good example where you have both things combined, and these can be defined. Like Egypt said, we need power, we need electricity. And now they are able to even, I think, export electricity because they have enough power. So that was a good one. And this is one of the examples we should define. Like if a country says we need this and it aligns with our interests, then we can put up a project for a growth partnership. And you have seen in Kenya, like the hydrothermal thing we are doing together, Germany and Kenya. That's a good one. But I wish we should even go further to that. How can we market this project in the world together to build other hydropower, thermal power stations in the world? So this would be the next step. This is something I could imagine would be on the table between Kenya and Germany.
Fantastic. We have another one here from Mogaka Ayuka, and this is just a general question to the panel. We have heard 4 perspectives today: government, multilateral systems, donor reform, and entrepreneurship. What is the missing operating system that can align all of them so that development cooperation finally becomes coherent, measurable, and transformative rather than fragmented and parallel? So any of the panelists who feel they could speak to that best. Dr. Cornel, yeah.
What we've found, you know, the good thing about the last 50 years is that we have a wealth of knowledge and best practice as to how to accelerate progress towards development, including how we work with our partners. We don't have to reinvent the wheel here. And the frustrating part of this is when you sit in government or in a multilateral agency, you actually already know what works and what you need to do. And so part of the focus today is to try to understand what the binding constraints to actually achieving results are. From my experience, every time I've had a government that has a strong plan, that holds itself accountable, that's able to mobilize the different stakeholders in a coordinated and efficient way, they're more likely to see results more quickly than not. And when government is able to do that in an intelligent way, partners actually follow. So if there was one thing that I wanted to do is always to ensure that our governments are able to have that leadership, that authority, and that vision, that consistency to be able to convene, hold itself to account, establish measurable parameters for the coordination, and move forward in a consistent way. And this I'm saying coming from a country where we've lacked that for so many years, arriving in a country where you can see a strong foundation for this type of consistent leadership, I can tell you that that's probably more than quantity of money. That capacity to be able to prioritize and work together is probably the essential piece. So we've talked, and I'm sorry, this is important. I know we talk a little bit about what the countries of the North need to do and how they're organized and how they coordinate. I will argue that when it falls in the country, the targeted country, it almost doesn't matter. It's up to the national country and government to say, this is how I want to work, these are going to be my priorities, and this is where you fit. And that's the leading factor in my experience.
Yeah.
Well, just wanted to add that, of course, the missing piece is about actually the people that development cooperation is meant to benefit. See, ultimately, any development program is supposed to actually benefit the people. Like, for instance, if we do a road or a hydroelectric dam, in the case of German, that road is supposed to be a development corridor to actually move, not only just to move people from one place to another, but actually serve as a development corridor between point A and B. It is for the same reason that, like in our constitution, we are required to actually involve the people. Public participation is an imperative in our constitution that we must actually abide by. Now, even in identifying projects, it must reflect the priorities of the people that is supposed to actually benefit. And I suppose that could be the missing link. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mugaka, once again, and we'll also have the mic moving around so we can hear your voices as well. If we agree that the future is no longer aid, but strategic cooperation and regional value chains, what is the one institutional reform, not policy idea, that is absolutely necessary to make that shift real rather than rhetorical? Who would want to take a stab at that? Dr. Hoffman?
It's a hot one. Yeah, I think we have to rethink structures as well. Like we have, as my colleague mentioned from the United Nations, we have some agency working quite well. We have some agency who do not deliver very good. Then we have a double structure, maybe like IFAD and FAO, and so forth. And we need to work on this to trim down the costs of these things because it doesn't deliver. And the other thing is for regional markets, I think this is something which has to be in the private sector. The private sector has to develop, but it has to be able to develop. So all the bureaucracy hindering little enterprise to grow is the main obstacle. It's in Germany, same thing. It's a main obstacle to do this. And let me give you one more other example. It's like labor migration. This is something between Kenya and Germany as well. We have so many obstacles in bureaucracy in that field that a German company, he wants to hire a person from Kenya, has a hard time saying, his technology or his know-how is sufficient for my company, his language knowledge is sufficient for my company, that should be enough to give him a visa. But that's not the case. We have a lot of other bureaucratic hurdles, and they cost a lot of money, and this hinders the development. And it also hinders the regional development of little enterprises and the cooperation between nations.
Thank you. This one, I guess, goes to our government representative. And it's from Susan. It says, if we talk about strategic cooperation, we also have to talk about corruption. Shouldn't the development aid be reduced even further as long as the money is not running in the right direction?
Well, I think I agree that money should actually benefit, or I mean, every shilling or dollar should go to its intended purpose. Of course, I know there is a problem of corruption, but then that doesn't mean that corruption is only with the recipient countries. See, when we jointly identify the problem, we jointly and then design the project, we must also jointly measure success, and it's a responsibility not only for the recipient countries, but also for the donor or the development partner to ensure that every shilling and dollar is utilized in the manner and for the purpose intended. Well, the Kenya government is very keen in the fight against corruption. We have investigative institutions that actually are dealing with this. We've had several high-profile cases that are actually being investigated and even before court for determination. But of course, I agree with actually the sentiments of the question, I mean the person who posed the question, that we must not allow corruption to draw back the gains of development cooperation. And this, of course, speaks to not only money obtained through development cooperation, but also money locally mobilized for development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the thing we'd like to see more of is more convictions than just cases. But let's take a question there.
Thank you. My name is Kingwa. I'm a writer and a poet, and I love how you began, Chebet, that it was your emotions that pushed you out of the World Bank. Because emotions shape economic decisions and choices, even more than logic and data, and we know that. And so I'm always curious about how do we even have these conversations without centering emotions? Like, by addressing development cooperation without addressing the emotional state of citizens of countries, we're not really addressing the heart of the matter. So the question is, how do we factor? I'm really curious about the world of economics, so this is coming from a place of ignorance. Like, how is it that you factor decisions without emotions? And then wider, how can we center emotions? And because with emotions is the realness, is the authenticity. Because this development discussion we've been having on Africa for 70 years has been a joke. And I don't think it's because of lack of goodwill, because the Marshall Plan, it worked. It was the same institutions. So how can we center emotions and the realness and the authenticity in development programs at national and international levels? Thank you.
We'll take one more before Chebet responds.
Thank you. Allow me to stand. My name is Neema Mutemi from Africa Clover Network, otherwise known as 4H Africa. And my question is, I'm really struggling to see, what I really liked from the report was there's a sub-chapter on change of attitudes. And I'm wondering, I think we're still missing the point. Yes, we've started looking at the transformation, but let me give you a scenario. In America, in the US, our UNRCO from the US, hunger is a real problem in America today. In Europe, we have increasing issues of affordable housing. All over the global north, we have education being unaffordable to most. But when we come here and talk about transforming international development and even the multilateral relationships, there's a way in which we still hold the attitude that development for the West and other parts of the world and development for the global South require different formulas. When we are not thinking about development being development for all, then we've pumped a lot of money from the West, from Europe, all over to Africa. And what have we produced? We've produced polarized communities where Americans hate Africans because they think they have robbed them of something. In Europe, they don't want to see the black skin because they think we're coming to take their jobs. And these are all the same problems that are affecting all the countries of the world. What we are not seeing is how are Africans, how are Asians who have solved problems also rising up to provide solutions for the global West. Because if we are looking at transformative international development and cooperation, then we also need to divorce ourselves from the idea that there's an epicenter of brilliance, an epicenter of understanding how economics should work, and open that up so that the solutions can come from everywhere, including from Kenya. I want to see Americans recruiting Africans who have solved food security to come and help with urban poverty, with rural food deserts in America, and that will begin to look like a transformation in how we look at development.
Thank you for your question. I think emotions drive us, but we put them aside because we are serious people and pretend they don't exist. However, they shape us. And I think as Africans, we need to just get angry enough and solve our own problems. That's the end. After that, we then do what the good Dr. Gary says, is we form structures that lay out what we want, and then when anyone comes, we give you our agenda, and we agree on the terms of engagement. But at the end of it, I believe the buck lies with us. We have to write our own stories. The West, as you called it, the epicenter of brilliance, is only that, perceived or otherwise, I don't know, because they wrote their own stories. He who holds the tool writes his own story. So until we write our own stories, everyone will talk about us. So my little way of contributing is going to my factory every single day and hope that we solve the issues of basics for the adults in the room, but change generations for the children of the people in that room. You know what I mean? I am here now because I grew up, I think I was privileged. I was never hungry, I was never homeless. That's privilege. My parents are civil servants, but they put me in school. Simple schools, Kenyan schools, KU, local. But there's someone who has to work manually, never using their brain, because they didn't have just even that. So let's get emotional about solving issues of basics. And then we'll get to this point. 15 years ago, we were not in these rooms. We were being told what the West is doing for us. Now, we are on this panel talking about, is this even relevant anymore? That's what I think.
Response from the other, yeah, Dr. Hoffman, Dr. Cornell?
I don't know if I understood the question really right. Sometimes the audio quality here is kind of poor. Sorry if I don't match your question, but emotion is an important point because aid is driven by emotion. So intentionally, the first German minister for international cooperation development, Walter Scheel, he was a liberal as well, He said for every dollar we invest in international cooperation, we could do $2 back. If you say this today, you politically they will tear you up in pieces. So, but emotionally, people they like to help. People like to help. But the road to hell is also paved with good intentions. Meaning good intention is not enough. You need numbers, not emotion. You need numbers, and you need not intentions, but you need results. So this is the things which have to change. I hope I understood your question right regarding the emotions.
There's another question here from Wendy to Deputy DG. You mentioned the 400 billion shilling gap in donor funding, yet we have a $4 trillion in domestic funding, but that's for Africa, correct? How are we leveraging on domestic capital specifically for Kenya?
Thank you very much. Well, for Kenya, we are increasingly looking at the pension funds, for instance, because that also is what informed the reforms in the National Security, Social Security Fund. Recently, we established, of course, the National Infrastructure Fund and the National Sovereign Wealth Fund, which are, of course, all strategies of mobilizing resources for national development. At the continental level, of course, there is the new African Financial Architecture for Development, NAFAD, which of course is being spearheaded through the auspices of the African Union, and where His Excellency President Ruto is very keen. I think he's been invited to a meeting in Accra of African financial institutions. And he's actually going to speak on his ideas on revamping mobilization of domestic capital in Africa. See, the African Development Bank, I think the last financial year, extended and these I heard it actually from the president of the bank itself, only 10% of the total requirement for Africa in the last financial year. I mean, in their last financial year or calendar year. But then, if we mobilize resources under the pensions fund, of course, by streamlining, the tax system, by, of course, getting funds under the insurance, we will get over 4 trillion, which is actually enough to, catapult Africa to the next level. I think at country level, we are doing very well. Of course, we are financing a lot of development also from money from the housing levy. And this is all money that has actually, I think currently we have almost $9 billion that has been mobilized through the housing levy. And of course, this is, of course, putting us actually at the global level in terms of the housing development. Recently, at the World Urban Forum in Baku, Kenya was showcased as one of the success stories in the development of affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have another question in the room before we move to, Professor Ndemo?
Thank you very much. I've not heard from anyone here that development aid is real development aid. When we were getting, for example, health, mostly companies from the West were selling condoms at $10 a piece, practically returning all the money back to where it came from. And I've not heard anybody speak about this aspect when you are told it's aid and everything is ordered from the other side, or food comes from the other side, it disrupts the local markets. If you can comment on that. No, anybody. Actually, those of you who have had experiences from outside, maybe doctor.
Yeah. I have just a quick comment triggered by Dr. Christoph's comment that it is now politically incorrect to say that when $1 goes as aid, it needs to come back as $2. And that was, I think, what made me very uncomfortable was that I went there, you know, like bushy-tailed, thinking, oh my God, what magic wand to fix the world, only to realize that development agencies are a business of the West. That is something I've been saying, and it was so uncomfortable to be in rooms and feel like, wait, this whole thing is to create American jobs, support American enterprise or whoever the donor was, and really as a beneficiary of this process, as Kenya, for example, I'm at the very end of a long funding process. And whatever is left after we pay, and I have nothing against it, but there's a local hire and an international hire, and you end up doing pretty much the same jobs, but you're not earning the same. So you start to question, okay, what is really going on here? Who is the real beneficiary of this development process? So I agree with you 100%. It is politically uncomfortable, maybe, to say it, but I think we're now coming to a place that you can actually say it, and I'm glad Dr. Christoph brought it, and the good Dr. Ndemo said it as well. And I hope that that time has come to an end.
Well, yes, I think I can attempt. See, Balozi and my senior, when I said that even the success should be jointly measured, and even the responsibility of failure must be jointly owned, it's because there are obviously problems like those you have actually highlighted, where conditions are attached to the development aid, such that part of the money is repatriated back to the donor countries. And this is, of course, some of the reforms issues that we must tackle going forward. And I believe, of course, there is a near consensus from even the global north. Of course, conversations during the G7, the G20, there's a near consensus that the global development cooperation architecture must be reformed. Thank you very much.
See a few hands there. Yes, we start in the back.
Hi, I'll stand up because I'm extremely short. But thank you, everyone, for bringing up this conversation. Chibat, I used to work for FCDO for 5 years and felt the exact same way. And Prof, we're again saying the same, Professor Demo, we're again saying the same thing. But my question at FCDO that I started and we started talking about, and I would love to hear from the panel, is can we start with acknowledging that the international financial systems, whether we talk about IMF, Bretton Woods, etc., were not designed for Africa. So right now, if you look at the cost of capital, when it was mentioned, it's so much more expensive for Africa to borrow compared to Latin America, India, etc., despite Moody's own research saying that the investment risk was less. If we think about payment, we lose $5 billion a year in Africa currency trade. So my husband has a business, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, but actually everything has to be done in dollars. So even though we have African solutions like PAPs, etc., then thirdly, we look at things like how and then again, I'm not going back to colonization, but how we were sort of structured is extractive. It is cheaper right now for a business to get things from China to Kenya, and then from China to Uganda, than it is then from Kenya to Uganda. Right? It's cheaper for me to actually fly to the Middle East and Europe than it is to fly within Africa. And yet we have the policies, right? We've got PAPs for payments, we've got SATM for free trade, AFCTA. So I think, can we first, the conversation needs to, because I always come to these things and we hear, make Africa investable. But can we start by saying, can we change what the international financial architecture describes as investable? That's too narrow. That's not fit for purpose. So if we start by where the systems are now, why they were designed, and they were not designed for us here. So we can't talk about aid, etc., without the geopolitical, which was discussed in the morning. That understanding that the systems as they stand are not for Africa. So it needs to start with that.
Thank you.
We'll take one more question.
Yeah, behind you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Muthini. I'm a finance person and an economist. I just want to throw one question to Mustafa in this particular. We have continued to be told about localization, make local people own this process. But the government you serve, I think, doesn't do the same in terms of how are the normal Kenyans, local Kenyans? For me, how I take localization is public participation. And I think that is where, as a Kenyan, I feel when you say we are owning our own resources to do certain things, I feel our government, where you sit, doesn't involve us enough. We feel a lot of things are being done for us without us being asked. And that's the reason why we don't buy some. Like you mentioned, the affordable housing. Why are houses empty? We were not consulted, even in some of the places where they were built. So please, I would like probably my comment is in this forum when you say localization, making more people be involved. My mind is, from where you sit, do you think the government is involving in this process of localization? Thank you.
Okay, we had one other question here. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I was being told from this side to stand up so that you see me, but I'm happy that I get this opportunity. My name is Getahi Geduku, a human rights defender, and of course the DG would assure us that human rights defenders in Kenya allowed freedom of expression and freedom after expression, which is important for us. I think that why did we land at aid is an important conversation. That we need to clean house. There are things that happen in Africa that have not been resolved. There is money that was made in Africa that still we haven't received in the form of reparations. And that harm, that evens the playing field. I'm sure Germany has a capacity to have very difficult conversation. We sit here and say Namibia is owed a certain amount of money. And we deal with that so that then we build a platform of fair and evenness. As we do that, our own governments, the government of Kenya, for example, receives a court order from the Africa Court of Justice saying indigenous people, specifically the Ogiek, should own a certain amount of territorial land, and the government of Kenya ignores such court orders. So if a good German company comes and invests in that land that is contentious, I think they are also enabling impunity. And therefore that business would not move to what we are calling agency, because these people called the Ogiek, who are supposed to get their land, don't have it. And therefore, I think we need to look at the whole ecosystems and have the ability to speak hard truth. For example, some of that COVID money that was mentioned there was stolen in Kenya. So the person giving meant well, but the systems did not allow us to enjoy. Let's please allow ourselves to create room for very difficult conversations of reparation, corruption, fairness for everyone, so that then this agency is equitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question from the audience. Go ahead, ma'am.
Allow me to also stand. Good afternoon. My name is Betty Njiru, a journalist with the Standard Group. Two questions. One to Dr. Cornell and the other to the DG, Mustafa. Dr. Cornell, the session before you sort of alluded to this, that we need to have forward-looking strategies, like shifting from aid to growth partnerships. However, critics would argue that too much funding remains within international agencies and consultancies here. How can the UN then ensure that more of these resources are reaching local institutions? They're reaching civil society groups, they're reaching communities directly here in Kenya. To the DG, I'm curious about Kenya's partnerships with large economies. You know, more recently we've been engaging with the United States, China. Last week the president was at the G7, you know, championing the Kenyan agenda, the African agenda. We're engaging with European countries as well. How does the government ensure that we have balancing relationships with all these countries while still protecting national interest? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll come to the panel. There was a question around localization, public participation when it comes to this whole idea of co-creation. I don't know who would want to take that. Probably you, Deputy GG.
Can I respond to all the questions that were fielded towards me?
Certainly, yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, I think the first is a comment by the lady behind there. Of course, about the history of the international financial architecture. Of course, I agree. It's for understanding our past is essential to shaping our future. Because understanding how these institutions came about in the first place is essential to designing, you know, the remodeling or the reforms that are necessary to make it more fit for purpose, especially for countries in the global south. I agree, of course, that its formation, they were not necessarily meant to benefit the countries in the global south. But the world is not what it used to be in the 1940s and 1950s. And the global governance institutions, just like the international financial institutions, must also reflect the new realities of the day. Number two, regarding public participation. Public participation, I think, is an imperative in our constitution. So there are no two ways about it. But then, the threshold to what constitutes public participation, I think, has not been agreed upon, and discussions are ongoing. I know, even the passing of the Enabling Act, putting in place the affordable housing levy, was subjected to due process, both through Parliament, through public discussions. Of course, it's not in my place to measure whether the public participation that was conducted met the threshold, because I think there are no standards yet that have been agreed upon. Number three is the comment on the rule of law, the need for even our development partners to respect the rule of law, to avoid corruption, of course, in the engagements, and for the projects to speak to local realities. I cannot agree more that even our development partners must, of course, respect the local population, their priorities, and most importantly, our laws. I understand, of course, the government of Kenya will also not accept the same. Number four, the question on partnership and how Kenya can ensure that our interests are taken care of. I want to assure you that in every engagement that we do so with mutual respect and in an equitable partnership. You know, we engage as equals, even though these countries may be more powerful, of course, economically. We actually engage on the basis of mutual respect and as partners, okay? Well, the executive, of course, is also checked by the legislature. Any agreement that the Kenya government signs with any partner, any external partner, is subjected to checks and balances, ratification by our legislature, of course, your representatives. And by doing so, of course, I think there are enough safeguards that will ensure that the interest of the people of Kenya is secured. So don't worry. And of course, we are also compatriots, and we care for this country. Thank you very much.
Dr. Cornell?
Thank you so much. Maybe a few things to reframe. In the cooperation, when we talk about cooperation, there's one element of it that's called aid. It's never been enough. Only a handful of countries met the 0.7% threshold, and it's getting less. And please, when you put it in proportion, remember that some countries spend 25% of their budgets on military spending. So that portion, which we call aid, was never enough, and it's going to be less now. In some instances, it wasn't efficient. In other instances, it had bad consequences. In my country, President Clinton apologized because he donated rice to Haiti, which killed the rice production. So that reality around aid, you're right, we've learned a lot from, including countries that are recipient of that aid, and how they want it to flow to what, when, and where. The other important components of cooperation, which has to do with access to capital, fair access to trade, and so many other dimensions of the cooperation, need to be revisited so that it's much more effective to the circumstances we are in now. When I started development, 3 out of 10 countries in Africa were middle income. Today, 6, 7 countries in Africa are middle income. It's a different context, different circumstance, greater capacities, greater public sector, greater intracontinental opportunities. So that whole part of the cooperation needs to also be rethought and thought through with countries that are concerned by it. So these are the dimensions that you have to take one after the other to recalibrate and talk about what we're calling this second chance. But this whole cooperation will obviously never be a substitute for governments playing their role and being accountable to their citizens. So I don't want to mix all of it, right? There is this fundamental responsibility and accountability for governments to achieve the development and provide services to their people in the most efficient and effective way possible. But solidarity is not an act of what's the word I'm looking for? Solidarity is a human factor for hundreds of years and must continue to do, if only because certain issues are not only national. We in the South are much less responsible for the consequences of climate. I come from an island, we will bear the blunt of its consequences. So partners coming in and helping us deal with climate is not an issue of doing us a favor. It's a collective responsibility. That we should also understand that and accept it and deal with it in a very sovereign and responsible manner. So I guess to the bottom line of the question we're posed here is yes, cooperation needs to be relevant to our countries for the foreseeable future. But it can't be the old cooperation with less resources. It has to be something adapted that builds on the years and years of lessons that we've earned over the past few years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well said, Dr. Cornell. Dr. Hoffman, any thoughts?
Maybe to all of the 3 questions, just a short answer. I think, like I said before, the first Minister for International Cooperation in Germany said for every invested dollar, $2 will come back into our country. Of course, this was the time in the 60s, it was more or less exploitation. So this, I'm not saying this is good, but on the basis of everything is business, and business can only be run if you have profits. So this is the bottom line for everything. So, and I give you one more example, and this is regarding the other questions. This is Vietnam, a poor country. It was a very poor country, and it was socialist run, it was communist run, and they made plans for the economy for 5 years, and nothing worked. And then the government made a deal with the population and the private enterprise, saying, okay, you can run your private enterprise. We don't touch you. We don't touch you anymore. We leave you alone. And ever since then, and they also had trade agreements with the WTO and these kind of things, and ever since then they have 6-8% growth every year. But this is a deal between the government and the economy. Just leave us alone. And this worked.
Thank you. Chibet, any further thoughts? Okay, fantastic. Let's give a round of applause to my panel. This was just the conversation opener. You cannot dismantle a system that's been in place since the 40s in 30 minutes, let alone 10 minutes from audience questions. So we simply were starting the conversation that hopefully would guide the rest of the deliberations for the rest of the day and into tomorrow. Thank you once again to all of my panelists. You may take your seats, and I'll hand back over to Arpita.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you. A round of applause one more time for a fabulous conversation. Thank you, everyone. I thought this session would, bring up some major questions, but I wasn't expecting the soul bearing that we did to a certain extent. Thank you to all the people who actually posed very prominent and important questions that I think we are struggling to deal with, and that's why this conversation is so important. I don't want to keep you any further from your lunch. And so we are going into a lunch break now. There are ushers on the door who will hand out lunch vouchers. We are going to be eating at Cafe Maghrib. I would like to acknowledge that we have a live band here who's playing for your entertainment. So they'll be performing a song and then we can move out to lunch. We will see you back here at 1:30 after that.
Kidege kokuwaza kidege ho nige kuoa mamiwe nige kuoa dada nashindwa na mali sinawe nige kuoa malaika nashindwa na mali sinawe ningekuoa malaika
All right. Well, hopefully you've had a very, very productive networking lunch. Let me check the energy of the room. We've fueled you with good Kenyan food so far. So good afternoon, Nairobi. Oh, come on. We fueled you with all that wonderful food. A little bit higher. Good afternoon, Nairobi. Okay, slightly better. All right, we have an interesting array of breakout sessions we're heading into now, but we're going to do things slightly differently. What we would like to, when you registered, you definitely indicated a preference for the breakout that you would like to attend. However, we're giving you a chance to change your mind, and we are, in a true market fashion, getting the speakers to advertise their sessions for you, right? So up next, we will have the speakers come to you, tell you briefly about the breakout session.
The development agencies and what are some of the policy recommendations. We developed some, and I would be very interested to hear what you have to say to those. It's going to be hopefully a lively discussion, also a fun discussion. I think a good laughter is always important to stay focused. So, karibu sana.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Professor Karlowitz. Tom, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, I don't know whether I can manage to top what you said, Philip. My name is Tom Browser. I'm managing partner of ENP Focus Africa Consulting based in Hamburg. And it's a great pleasure for me to be back in Nairobi, which I have been to a couple of times, first time 40 years ago. So it's somehow second home. And the breakout session I'm going to run together with Musau from the Naumann Foundation is about digital labor migration. India and Eastern Europe have benefited from global digital outsourcing for decades. The question we want to explore is simple. Can African countries, specifically Kenya, become the next important or key hub for remote digital work, creating qualified jobs locally, which is already the case, without physical migration? Over the last 2 years, we have run a pilot project, Naumann Foundation, Chamber of Commerce in Hamburg, and I was also involved to test exactly that idea. What we discovered is very encouraging, but it's also challenging. And talent clearly exists, but trust, market access, qualification, matching, and regulatory issues are quite also barriers. And this raises a much bigger strategic question: how can development cooperation help selected African countries integrate this more successfully into global digital value chains? So that is something we want to discuss. We will give some input, then we want to have also a lively discussion with a lot of laughters, and we would be delighted to welcome almost everybody then at our room, wherever it's going to be.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Tom. Dr. Matthias, you're heading another session.
Hello, Matthias from Bismarck-Usen. I'm a former development banker, now working as an economist and advisor. You will hear later from me at 4 o'clock, enabling markets and so. But now I have the privilege to moderate a session on diaspora funds. There will be a professor online, I think, from
Yeah.
Senegal, Professor Prau, who wrote a study for the Friedrich Naumann Stiftung, how to make use of this diaspora funds, which bear enormous potential for Africa to render itself a bit independent from capital markets and to use the loyalty and patriotic feelings of people in the diaspora to do something for their home country.
Great, thank you very much, Matthias. Hubert Kinkel, you're pitching for Sports for Development.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hubert Kinko. I am a geopolitics and armed conflict analyst. I am with Chatham House, but also with Carpo. And we are in the era of the World Cup. That's my pitch. But I do not want to be presumptuous and think everyone is interested in football. And you may be wondering, why is football in a conversation around development cooperation? I think there is a lot to do with access to markets, questions around genuine partnerships, questions around agency. And I think the study that I did with a German colleague of mine who unfortunately is not here, Dr. Sebastian Zons, actually shows, in some sense, that agency and genuine partnerships are already taking form in the space of knowledge production. We have done a study beyond the pitch, how football connects Germany and Africa. And if you've not watched the World Cup, any of the games so far, please come to the session. So you understand why 10 African countries participating in this edition of the World Cup is not a coincidence. It's part of the conversation we're having about genuine partnerships that stem from the need to change how development cooperation operates. I'll leave it there. I suggest this teaser suffices. I don't know if any of you would want to leave your sessions and come to ours.
Good going. All right, so you've heard the marketplace of ideas. These are 4 sessions happening right now. Please go according to your interests. There's only one limit. Financing Freedom, which is going to be led by Dr. Matthias, has only 14 seats available because we will be using a translator. So that is first come, first serve basis. Literally, whoever can run to that room gets that seat first. So please make sure you're quick on that. So the main halls. If you're interested in doing business in Africa, that discussion is happening right here in this hall, okay? So if you're interested in doing business in Africa, please stay here. If you're interested in financing development, please go to the breakout room Bird of Paradise, whatever that means. But there are ushers. There are ushers who will guide you to that room. If you're interested in World Cup, Sports for Development, please go to the room called Primera. Again, there are ushers who will guide you. And if you're interested in digital labor migration, please go to the room called Amani. Okay, so that's right across this hall, if you just walk straight forward. All right, we break out now and we come back to the session at 3:30. Okay? All right, see you then. Hopefully you have productive discussions in your respective breakout session.
then we moved on to discuss the policy recommendations. Okay, so when we talk about Africa, business in Africa, one of the narratives is a lot of opportunities. We could spend hours talking about them, differentiating the countries, but just to show you one slide, what you see here is all the African economies, countries. The bubble size is the GDP size, and you can see on the horizontal axis, it's the average annual growth for the past roughly 10 years. And on the vertical, you see the forecast for the International Monetary Fund. The 45-degree line means that all bubbles above that line mean that the countries are expected to grow even faster than in the past. You see Ethiopia is below it, but I mean, coming from 8% dropping to 7.5% is still a very formidable growth. Okay, so here we have a very, very rough overview of the different potentials. They then obviously depend industry by industry, and also depends on the business model. Okay, so what are the drivers of, or typical drivers? One, of course, is industrialization, which, however, by international standards is not as fast as it could be. More importantly is the urbanization, the very fast urbanization, which raises a lot of opportunities simply by creating the infrastructure and the services cities offer. They also promote the rising middle income class, which makes it an interesting and accessible consumer good market. So that's very relevant. Also in terms of the population, there is a lot of growth potential there, but unfortunately I have to put some water into the wine. Just having more people does not mean that your wealth is increasing. Also, it does not mean that you have more workforce, because a workforce needs to be skilled, and the countries very often struggle to keep up with the skilling of the population based on the high population growth. Okay, so the population growth and the last population can be a dividend if you manage to absorb the people into the jobs. Yeah, so you need to create jobs, business, here you can already see the relationship. And if you cannot absorb the population, the young people into the jobs, it's actually an obstacle. Yeah, so one has to look at it a bit differentiated. So plenty of opportunities, plenty of drivers, varying country by country. Now, if we look at German-African relations, here, I think, James, you mentioned the number. Here we can see the German export share going to Africa. So the largest pillar is all of Africa, and then the medium one is Sub-Saharan Africa, and the small one is Sub-Saharan Africa without South Africa. So German export share going to Sub-Saharan Africa, 47 countries, is below 0.4%. And you can see the dotted lines, it has been shrinking over the last 25 years. Okay, so yes, we are beginning to export more to Africa, but it's subpar compared to overall growth. What you can also see here is that there's a strong focus on North Africa and South Africa. We see the same if we look at the foreign direct investment. These are just big investments, because the statistical office only looks at those. Yeah, so there's more activity than shown, but those are the big ones. Wherever it's green, you can see those are countries where there is data, so it means more than 5 companies. Again, we can see North Africa is green, we can see South Africa is green, and then very few countries in between. Okay, so what we see is about 50% go to South Africa, about another 25% of foreign direct investment from Germany goes to North Africa, and the remaining 25% go to the rest of Sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, so again, high concentration on few countries. Can I have the next slide, please? So now moving to why do German companies go and invest or be active in subdivision? You want to be there first to occupy the market, key decision. You want to be there first to occupy the market, keep all the competitors out of the market, yeah, so that you can build a strong position. And then also it's part of a long-term strategy, how far geopolitics plays into this. We can perhaps discuss later. Yeah, big question is, are African countries benefiting from the geopolitical turmoil? Yeah, big question. What we see as not so important, based on the survey, is sourcing and local production. Yeah, we heard about some value addition issues, but they are not the main topics. What is good here is that despite South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria being the hubs, the centers of attention for the German companies we interviewed, we still see that they named 18 different African countries. Okay, so it's not just focused on those 3 countries, but it's much broader, despite the dominance of the 3 mentioned ones. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, then, well, if you have a motive, you want to go, what are the challenges you are facing? We differentiated here by export perspective, meaning you don't have a local entity on site, and the perspective with the local entity. Yeah? So what we see is, for export, obviously, financing your business is key. Nothing new that we've heard that over and over again. Financing is a big issue, but also operational challenges like efficiency in harbors, logistics, payment risk, etc. On the local perspective, it changes a bit, because all of a sudden political stability becomes number one. If you invest 10 million and there's no political stability, you cannot pack your factory in a bag and bring it into safety. Okay, so all of a sudden political stability becomes very, very important. And same for economic stability, because obviously inflation hits directly into it, and exchange rate as well, because you're importing and perhaps even exporting depending on your setup, and which we as Germans are always happy to hear, that it's not just us who has huge bureaucracy. Regulatory complexity is also the main issue if you set up a local entity. Of course, if you export and import, you also have regulations, but they are limited to one field. Yeah? If you have a local entity, complexity gets much bigger. So we see there's a difference in challenges, in the nature of challenge, if you're just exporting or if you have your own subsidiary here. And perhaps we have some experiences we can discuss later, also from perhaps the African experience being an importer of German goods, if somebody is around. Next slide, please. Then we asked about what is the development impact of German-African business relations. When I showed the foreign direct investment of German companies, you probably didn't see it, but there are about 250,000 jobs created by those foreign direct investments. Okay, so investment, it's pretty much a no-brainer, creates jobs. Even if you open up a subsidiary, you need accountants, you need salespeople, so it's good jobs. And with production, if you add that, you also add blue-collar workers. Okay, so the development impact is very much on the operational processes. Okay, so that means that by capacity building through training your employees, like we would do that in Germany, in the US, or everywhere, you're building a lot of operational knowledges, improving processes, because you're cooperating. Okay, so this goes obviously both ways, yeah, because German processes sometimes don't really work 100% in an African context. Yeah, so there needs to be know-how transfer into the other direction as well. And we can see the very top, the technical and knowledge transfer is one of the big issues which we found to be considered relevant between business activities of German companies and the spillover into the development of the country. Then on the right side, we also looked at the government support measures, and here it very much depends on who you interview. Because obviously market information and business support systems are highly relevant if you don't know the markets really well. If you have your subsidiary, if you've been 40 years in Kenya, you don't need somebody to tell you what Kenya is like. I mean, you know, but if you're just beginning to export, it becomes very relevant. So there are some institutions in Germany who support that, and also related, building the network is also considered to be one of the best government support measures. And the other ones, which is a bit surprising, export credit guarantees. If you have an Africa meeting in Germany, everybody says we want more export credit guarantees, we want more investment guarantees. But they are actually not considered that efficient or that effective for doing business in Africa. Always in this sample, 35 companies gives a good indication, but it's definitely not representative. Can I have the next slide, please? So what's the African firm, and what do African companies see as the benefit of working with German companies together? And the light blue ones are most, sort of like best, if you want to see. So it's very much based on the product. Okay, so still this made in Germany is what African companies perceive as beneficial in the cooperation with German companies, and also training and transfer, and also the reputational boost. Also the made in Germany. Those are really the key aspects. If you look at the challenges, okay, so we can see the light ones here again are considered big challenges. There don't seem to be too many really big challenges, perhaps in the bureaucratic field. I think this nicely aligns with what German companies see. But then we have a lot of sort of relevant obstacles, and the double taxation is a really important one, and also the lack of commitment. So this is something we also looked at in research, the commitment between partners. It's a mutual thing. So, and I know, James, that's one of your topics, sort of always co-having, everything which makes sense, but that means also that there should be mutual commitment, and apparently African companies see some room for improvement in that field. Okay, next slide, please. So from the analysis, what did we come up with? We said, and we heard that this morning, it's the development cooperation should be co-ownership logic, not that Berlin decides what is good for Kenya, but that there should be discussions, all perspectives considered, and then a mutually beneficial support program set up. And there was a lot of, we think on the operational level, the development cooperation needs to provide easier access to the countries, but also to finance, and also the instruments used should be better adapted to the realities on the ground in sub-Saharan African countries. Then an evergreen basically is more flexible and practical financing solutions. The financing solutions it has improved, but still tends to be fairly large tickets, which a lot of companies that kind of put their foot into the market, they need less, and that has been very difficult in the past, but there are new tools that facilitate that, but still there's much more room for improvement. And then what we saw as considered as very useful by the African companies, the training activities, matchmaking and networking should be continued and extended, because those were the ones considered as very efficient, very useful, and very much wanted by both groups. And then the development cooperation should also, and that links to the co-ownership logic, should strengthen the ties with the African partners, engage in regular discussion. Summits are great, but a summit is once a year or once every 3 years, but you need to have a more regular interaction between the African and the European, in our case, German partners. Okay, that's it from my side. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a seat, Professor. All right, so very interesting perspectives coming from a study where one might anticipate that regulatory barriers is one of the major problems, but you know, it just so happens that there are other aspects as well that this survey brings together. Because you worked with James, and James has happily joined us for this session. James, if you have anything to add to this from the study perspective, from the African perspective, that you found interesting. There's a mic behind you. There's a mic behind you. Thank you. I think it works if you speak into it. Oh, no. We're getting another one.
It's not working, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would say that there are two aspects there, because you notice even in the morning panel, I think one of the presenters, she's still around, she mentioned about the training, the overtraining, the training and training and training. But she's a business lady, she wants to do business, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that is something that African entrepreneurs keep pointing out, that a lot of the connection heads towards training, but not listening to the African entrepreneurs' agency of, I want to sell more and produce more, I want to add value more. So I think it's a perspective that we can look at how it can be reframed, because we want to grow the trade volumes between both sides and the investment opportunities. By the way, I can tell you something that was quite interesting, where we had some German business people also pitching to have Africans invest into their businesses. So you can see the conversation is not just German to Africa. The Africans too want to go to German and invest in Germany. So I think there are areas that just need fine-tuning to accelerate the business engagement on both sides. But overall, I would have first wanted to hear from the audience first before I make my final comment. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much.
May I just add something to what James said? It's not in the study, but we've done some research on, actually we interviewed 30 Kenyan SMEs, 5 to 20 employees, so small companies, and what does it take to export? Yeah, so why do some of them export? And that was based on a panel done by the Institute of the World Economy in Kiel, and they interviewed 680 companies in Ghana, and they found that 150 were exporting, and we thought that was quite interesting, quite a large proportion. So we took that up and we interviewed here in Kenya, and it's very much about marketing. Yeah? Marketing defined broadly, that do you get into touch with the right people, and how do you get into touch with the right people? Yeah, because a lot of it is still sort of ad hoc driven. Yeah, you meet someone and it turns out they have a business and you do business, or it's trade fairs. Yeah, so here there's room, at least from our research, there's more room to structure this business, providing access abroad, but also in the neighboring countries for SMEs to find partners in Europe, US, Congo, or wherever. Yeah, because there seems to be a big gap, and that's the main way they are acquiring. I mean, they don't have huge departments, obviously, if you have 5 people, And that just to add to what James said, but there was sort of beyond the study here.
Great. I think it's a very interesting study in general because we've done something similar. I come from Nepal, and so we've done something similar looking at not just the German market, but the European market in general of businesses from a developing country trying to export or doing business with Europe in general. And one of the constraints that at least our entrepreneurs face is regarding the standards and accreditation. And that comes ongoing as an issue on like, just to get accreditation, there aren't like those standardized labs available within the country. And so getting that in itself becomes a huge challenge. So probably that's another area. I open the floor to discussion in general. I think I would pose the question to the audience in two forms. One is if there are challenges of doing business within Africa that you have particularly faced or you know of, have studied in particular, and you'd like to highlight, oh, this is an issue that probably the study doesn't cover. Or secondly, if you have any specific questions regarding the study in itself. I think we have two hands over here first, and then I come to the rest. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Frederick Omondi from a think tank called Knights and Dames based here in Nairobi. One of the contributions I would like to make in terms of the difficulty of doing business between African entities as well as doing business within Africa and doing business with entities in the global north is essentially, as you mentioned, the standards. So there's so much consideration on standards from the global north to be implemented within the African context or the global south context, but there's no consideration whatsoever on the global south standards to be implemented by the global north. So it kind of seems one-sided in the sense that we are supposed to adhere to global north standards, but we have our own standards. For example, in terms of processing grain, we have our own grain processing standards that for generations, if not thousands of years, have sustained population here within Africa. So we would also want to expose as well as implement our own standards so that whatsoever is brought into the country adheres to the African standard of longevity. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the panelists and for this, to actually participate in this session. So let me introduce myself. My name is Dan Mogaka. I'm an entrepreneur. So I'm a founder and CEO of Bofa Splash Waters. So maybe if I can speak briefly about what I do, because what we are discussing here is more around it. So Bofa is basically has been able to transition from doing water alone into engaging into green manufacturing. And they were looking into not only serving Kenya, but to further expand into the Western Indian Ocean region. Now, the question here and the discussion here really, really touched me deep because I've been in business since 2023. Before business, I was working with the WHO at regional level. I've worked in Somalia, I've worked in DRC, I've worked everywhere. And this discussion are really, really very pertinent. You can see the discussion since morning. We're talking about the messages were coming out clearly that we really now need to move now into ensuring that we are engaging in a more productive and result-oriented way in a changing platform. Now, what really strikes me in this discussion right now is that many of the barriers that have been able to be highlighted in the presentation is not actually funding problems. The issues there that are being put forward, we have had, is issues to do with market access, issues to do with certification, issues to do with logistics. So issues to do with regulatory complexities. We've talked about trust deficits. Then there's other aspects engaging on issues to do with access networks. So for me, as BOFA, we are building an Africa coastal infrastructure and the systems which will be able to support and connect issues to do with health. And what I'm really looking at here, my major biggest challenge while trying to establish all this is not always related to around capital itself alone, but the ecosystem itself that revolves around it. Now, the key question that maybe we just need to ask ourselves while having into this, and because we are looking at way beyond, because it's like the train has already moved. So if development cooperation is really transitioning from aid to actually growth, should the primary role right now, do we really need to look at financing the SMEs themselves, or are we looking at addressing the critical barriers that we are speaking about, issues to do with standards, issues to do with certification, trade facilitation, regional logistics, aspects to do with matchmaking, issues to do with investment readiness? What is it that we really need to look at? For me, as an entrepreneur, what I really need to really look at is if I'm able to be supported and prevent and be supported on those aspects that are preventing me as an African entrepreneur from scaling into regional level. If those issues can actually be able to be addressed and the market can be, the competition can be very simple and accessibility can be very simple, then it will enable me to do even more and be able to find a lot of solution when it comes to this doing business with Africa. So I think that's what I wanted to speak about.
Great, thank you very much. I think both are very important comments. If you have any quick...
Thanks. Thank you very much for the interesting questions. And yes, we also found standards to be one of the main challenges. To your point with the standards, I think I understand where you're coming from, but basically, I mean, if Kenya has standards, everyone who wants to export something or import something into Kenya has to apply by the Kenyan standards. Yeah, so I mean, the standards are different, but Chinese, German, US companies have to apply those standards, right? So I think there is this justification, and in Germany, our standards are crazy sometimes. Yeah, it's a consumer protection based and hygienic here and everything. Yeah, so it's a completely different logic of standards. Yeah, but it's just like Kenya says you have to apply to our standards or comply with our standards. So do other countries like Germany say you have to comply with our standards. Yeah, now the question is which direction is harder to comply with. Yeah, I think that's the real question, and it is hard for small companies to comply. I mean, also for German small companies to comply with US standards it's a similar story. It's because they have different standards. Products need to be adapted. Languages, you have to translate. It's very costly. Yeah, that's why it's also a non-tariff barrier to trade. Yeah, so that to standards, I fully agree. It's very tough, but it's basically how the world functions, and every country has them. Yeah, and the question would be for me, should Kenya raise their standards? But then that would mean that also local companies have to comply by those standards. Yeah, so it might backfire. I don't know. I'm not a standards expert. Yeah, but it's a tricky thing. And then also coming to your question reminds me of my strategic background. Not in a small company. I used to work for Siemens, so slightly bigger than a startup. But I think to scale, I mean, you should focus on. You shouldn't overdraw your resources. I think that's very important. Not try to run everywhere. See what are the low-hanging fruits, yeah, perhaps even in the region where your products are more suitable, the standards are similar, yeah, so the access is a bit easier. I mean, you still have cultural issues. Yeah, I mean, if you go to Ethiopia is very different from Kenya, yeah, just like Germany is different from France. And then my suggestion is always have a 5-year plan, which you adapt as you go along. Yeah, because you never know. Finance is a big issue. Yeah, local credit markets. I mean, your interests are heavy, so you probably have to do most of it out of your cash flow. But rather do small steps, focus on profitability, cash flow, liquidity, before you overstretch, and then you're big, but you're dead, and that's not where it should go.
Thank you. We have one here and 2 hands over there. So let's come here and then I come there.
Good afternoon once again. I'm curious to seek a clarity on what kind of businesses are the German organizations looking to do with Africa. It didn't come out very clear. I would be curious to that to be clarified. My second query I would seek to be guided is why North Africa? Why are Germans doing business with North Africa from that and South Africa, and why not this country which is very much praised these days? This is I'm a bit curious to know why not Kenya, although it was being mentioned, Nigeria and Kenya is being mentioned in the conversation, but the concentration of business is being done in the north and south. So what are those things they are doing better than we cannot implement very easily in this country so that we attract those funding? My other question will be tied with that other previous question is, what because James is here and is a Kenyan like myself, I'm curious to hear what were the pain points you can tie to this country, because we tend to do our business from here. I'll be curious to know, so that because for me, whenever I hear of problems as a business person, is a business opportunity. So I would like to hear those, so that next time if a German business showed up here, then I'll be better prepared ready to support them. Thank you.
On the last question, I'll be careful because I want to stay until Sunday. Okay, so let me try to get the order right, but I'm a bit too old for good memory. So what type of companies are German companies looking for to partner with? In the export business, it is distributors, importers. Yeah, so, and ideally, because of compliance issues, those that also do the customs clearance. Yeah, that's a key. If you offer customs clearance, you have much better chances. What do they look out for? We've also done some work on sales partnership, the success factors for an ongoing partnership. The other thing is financial power, yeah, that you have enough funds to basically pre-finance the business. I mean, there's a lot of misunderstanding. German companies say, why aren't they paying us? Typical African, you know, you still have those idiots. And not understanding that, you know, there's not a functioning credit market where you can easily get a credit, so that you have to finance it out of your cash flow, which might be delayed as your customer is not paying. Yeah, so, but that's sort of the size of manpower and man and woman power, of course, and financial strength to actually run the business, yeah, because you will be representing the business. Those two things are key, yeah, customs clearance, logistics, plus a working warehouse that you can supply, because for German companies it's important that availability is always there. Yeah, so if you say, okay, once I've sold it and my stock is out, I'm out of stock, then I order again. Yeah, this is part of the service of most German companies is always in stock. Yeah, but for that you need certain financial powers. Then your second question was, you see, there we go again.
Why are you finding
the challenges? Yeah. I think this is a very hard question to answer, because it depends on your setup, it depends on your industry. If you're, what I always hear is if you're very much based on government tenders, yeah, that's very problematic, because it's very typically it's about price. Yeah, and German products, I mean, they are good, but they are expensive. Yeah, so when it's a government tender, German companies are very often not competitive, yeah, because they offer something different. Yeah, and one can argue, yeah, why are they offering over-engineered products that are so expensive? That would be a fair discussion, but we would then have to look at the global strategy of German companies. So I think this is one of the big challenges, and then also compliance issue. You know, if it's government procurement, it's tricky, like in a lot of countries worldwide. Then I think when you localize, it's also a bit sort of how the processes are done, how work is done. I think there are cultural misunderstandings. You know, I mean, if German companies, and I think this would be French, it would be all different companies, you know, you come with the expectation of what you know. yeah, and then you find something different on the ground. Yeah, so there's just a mismatch, and this needs to be bridged. I think this is fairly easy. You just need to explain, be transparent about it. Yeah, so I think this is another field. Then when your local bureaucracy, also the not reliable bureaucracy, yeah, that rules change. I mean, that happens very often at the customs clearance process. Yeah, so that's very tough, but this is hard for you to control as well. Yeah, so I don't think it's in the classical B2B part. I don't think there are too many problems. Also, I mean, we always ask, does culture play a role? And typically the African side and the German side says, no, it's not really a problem. Yeah, sometimes we have misunderstandings, but then we drink a beer and it's fine, because business is a global language. Yeah, so that might be a bit surprising. Yeah, so I don't think that's a major issue.
All right.
Yeah. There's a limited input across. Why North Africa and South Africa and not everybody else?
Sorry, again?
So why North Africa and South Africa,
yeah, okay.
the
yeah,
concentration?
Right, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
You see. Well, because it's a completely different geographic situation. North Africa is basically Europe. It's a short ocean drive away, yeah? Especially, I mean, France and Morocco is closer than France and Poland. Yeah? And so I think it's, that's the main advantage. Plus those markets, not all of them, but most of them, they have a higher per capita income. Yeah, so that means more purchasing power, which is more suitable for the more expensive products. Plus, these countries tend to be more industrialized, and our machine builders, they like industrialized countries because they buy the machines. Yeah, so in a nutshell. In South Africa, because it's further developed, but I think more and more German companies realize that South Africa has a lot of problems. My personal prediction would be in 10 years, South Africa, if it continues like this, will not be as attractive as it is still at the moment.
Before we go there, we have two hands over there already, and then I come back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Jasper. I'm the managing director at Dalberg Research. We do feasibility studies and data collection and things. I want to call out one imbalance that has been particularly painful for us in our work, which is the power imbalance in terms of ease of access. There's a large German delegation here. I'm sure many of them decided the day before yesterday that this was a good conference to come to, and they were able to organize their ESTA for $30 within an hour or two, book a flight and come. If we did the same conference with the same audience in Germany, we would need many, many months and partnerships with the ministry to bring people in, and the visa would be given for exactly the start day of the conference until exactly the end day of the conference, without but I'd like to do some safari in Germany. That would not be granted. So there's an imbalance that makes it very hard also for us who work with Kenyan teams in Kenya to bring our teams. I don't have a German counterpart company or anything to bring our teams to Germany, give them exposure to the people we work with, to the countries we work with. And that means that the stereotypical fallback is like, oh yeah, we bring a German manager here to set up a dependency, and then they do all this amazing capacity building, which we put in the brochures. Very little is, no, we bring Kenyan talent to Germany, we integrate them into our company, and then they run the company in Nigeria or in Cameroon or in Latin America, or I don't go. There's a few companies that do that, but they're very few. They're only a handful. And I think this imbalance causes a massive imbalance in access. I have fantastically trained teams who I cannot deploy on many projects because they haven't been to 20 countries. And I'd love to send them to 20 countries, but I can't. And I've been to 20 countries by the time I was 10 years old, probably. So that imbalance is very hard to catch up on. And I think this imbalance is very powerful. There's one thing that links for me in, which was a response that was given to the entrepreneur. I wonder if this were a German startup conference, and we would, in the German startup conference, say, is there a market in Africa for you? The response would probably be like, oh yeah, there's a few programs and there's a couple of things you could try, and there's people who've done this before you. Here the response was, oh, don't stretch too far, this is complicated, there might be, don't, yeah? And I think it's a manifestation in our mindset of how we allow these things. I just want to remind people here of Ken Joroge when he built Cellulant. He said, guys, Nigeria is not further than Uganda in business terms, and neither is the UK or Germany. You can work anywhere. The fact that one takes 8 hours flight and the other takes half an hour flight is not a differentiating factor for a business person. Do think that far, do think that big, because the businesses and the talent are here, and I think that deserves recognition also. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think that's more of a comment line, and I think...
May I just make two comments? Yeah. Fully agreed on the visa, 100%, probably more than you say. If I would have said it, it would have been much harsher. Especially, you might know Africa Compt, which is an initiative which is supported by GIZ, so it has state support. Yeah, and even those companies don't get those people that are funded by this semi-state-run program to come to Germany. Yeah, so it's even, yeah, it's completely illogical. Fully agreed, and I understand. I mean, when you fly to Ghana, it's not quite as difficult, but they make it also hard for us. Yeah, it's a pain, but I do understand why they do it. Yeah, and then on the other thing, just to clarify, I'm not saying don't dream big, but I say as you act, it was more on the financial resources. If you have access to 1 million, plan with 1 million, dream for 10 million. Yeah, so I just wanted to say don't overstretch your resources. That was where I was going to. So I don't think there's a disagreement in what you say.
Yeah, thank you.
So I want to add one quick point here, because on the other side, if you look from the other side, Germany has been deteriorating as a receiving country for expats. It is one of the most unpopular countries for expats. It has the unhappiest expat population among many countries. People who are there do want to leave again, and I think it is a consequence of this. So we're really undermining the German system and the international system.
Yeah, thank you so much. You cannot underscore the importance of data, and I think I want to appreciate the findings from that, and highly recommend that we do more research and data-based interventions to find solutions. So I second the issue of visa and travel. I mean, it's crazy, but it's a reality, and we know it's administrative. I was born here in Nairobi, a consumer of 2 German products. One was born, football made in Germany. Oh my God. Any Kenyan of my age, I don't know whether they are here, I'm a bit older, every Sunday, watching football made in Germany. It was very entertaining and good. 2, the Mercedes-Benz. Oh my God, good technology. Now, if you use this second example, Africa and Kenya, in my mind, would consume more the Mercedes 124. It's an older version, but the roads we have would require this type of vehicle. Germany would not require that one because it's advanced. They are making a vehicle that would show you where you are going off the road, or self-driving, something like that. Kenyan roads, you don't self-drive. It's another difficult topic altogether. So some of these technologies that Germany is no longer using could still be consumable in this continent, and you'd sell, let's say, 1 million units of the Mercedes 124. Because Germany is not making them, I would then imagine someone somewhere would start thinking of, because that technology is there, Germany has the rights. Setting up such factories in Africa is possible. And my general idea, not to be stuck with one example, is the technology in Germany is high-tech, good quality. Some of it is obsolete in Germany. How can we then go to your archives and see what is usable in the continent? And this goes even to something called nowadays the rare earth conversation. Africa has a bit of that. Like some people underscore the size of Africa. We are huge. We are 3 times the size of US, like 4 times the size of Europe. And these things of rare earth research, data collection, where is it, how can it be used in this continent? Sometimes from my village, I don't have the technology to judge even what that rare earth is, what is it used. So these points of convergence maybe are calling for a German African center of sorts, where these ideas can be dreamt and articulated more things.
Great, thank you. Is there something like that already exists, I think?
Yeah, 2 things. One thing is on the market. I know it's unpopular, you can boo me now. But the statement that African markets are big is not true. Yeah, because just one number, Africa's GDP in total of the continent is less than Germany's private consumption. Okay, so Germany's GDP is bigger than the GDP of Africa. Yeah, so I think we have to get away from, because there are so many people and there's so many landmass. I mean, you don't sell to large compounds. Yeah, you sell to people, and you sell to people that can afford your product. Yeah, and now if we look at we did a calculation a couple of years back where we said, I think it was the World Bank has population living on less than $5.80 or something like this. I think 5.80 was the number. And we calculated that, and we came to a number of about 170 million people have more than 5.80 per day. Yeah, so that's $2,000 a year. Yeah, that was the closest we would get to it, and it's better than the GDP per capita number. Yeah, so that's a better figure. If you look at Nairobi, I mean, those people living in Kibera, I mean, they don't buy a Mercedes. There's no way they buy a Mercedes. Now, nobody really knows how many people live in Kibera, right? But it's what, half the population, yeah? Or I don't know, what is it? Okay, but it's a lot of people. Yeah, so I think you have to be very careful, and how big the market is also depends on your product. Yeah, if you sell the toothbrush, you could argue, okay, everybody who has a mouth, that's sort of like a prerequisite for a toothbrush, and then those that can afford it. Yeah? But if you talk about a Mercedes, yeah, how many people in Africa can afford it? Mercedes would probably sell 50,000 cars in the entire continent. I don't know what the exact number is. Yeah? In China, they sell 10 million or something like this. Yeah, so I think one has to be really careful with these statements. They are very popular, yeah, but they are, in bottom line, not correct. I mean, your market is the sum of people that can afford your product. Yeah, and that's where we have to be really careful. And the last point, and I'll be short, is your idea with using older versions for African markets. I think you have to be careful because, I mean, who of you wants old technology if you can have new technology? Yeah, I think it's very difficult, but I like your idea that take those old patents, work with an African partner, develop something new based on that old technology that is suitable for the market. That would work, but I think you have to develop for markets and not just sort of say, do we have something old which we can sell to the poorer countries? Yeah, a lot of companies tried that. Siemens used to try that when I was working for them. Yeah, and it failed. I mean, you come down 10% with your cost, but you have to come down, you have to come down to 1/3 of your cost. Yeah? So there's no way, and it's never going to fit the demand and the needs of the local consumers. Yeah? So I like the idea of joining forces and then developing something suitable based on perhaps older, more suitable technologies for the environment.
Thank you. I know we're running out of allocated time, but I'm just, because we started a little bit late, I just want to add in a few things. I've got a lot of hands already. There's a lot of interest in this discussion. There's one here, and then I come to James to respond. Yeah, and then I think we end with one at the end. I'm really sorry. We've got very limited time. Yeah, there's a comment here earlier.
Thank you very much for the insights. My name is Mercy from Vesta Valley Foundation. And at Vesta Valley, our job is to uplift emerging markets through entrepreneurship. And I'm just learning very interesting statistics also in this table, that we are 19% as Africans, we are 19% of the world's population, yet we actually contribute to 2.5% on the economic front. It's really sad as an African, and also as an African in the work that we do. But we, together with Friedrich Naumann Stiftung, we have a program called Kijani Enterprise Cooperation Lab, and we're actually pushing for more of Germans buying from us, right? Because it's not just, I mean, even though the numbers go against us, there are so many fallacies and false statements. There's also Africans that are doing something really great. We are having a lot of fintech movements, a lot of manufacturing and health tech. And in Kijani, for example, just following your research, and I'm just realizing there's a lot we could have borrowed. There's also a lot you could have borrowed from our diagnostic tool, which has 5 interesting dimensional diagnostic architecture, and I'll just name them now. We have the operating systems, the process documentation, technology infrastructure as 1. We have 2, governance, human capital, and legal compliance. We have 3, financial transparency, integrity and audit readiness. And then we have sustainability integration, ESG positioning, and social safeguards. And then lastly, we have strategic ambition, market dynamics, and cooperation readiness, which is majorly 5, but they've been consolidated from 14 different operational domains, just harmonized into one assessment to structure and ensure that enterprise performance is evaluated holistically. So we are not just coming as Africans without having prepared ourselves, just coming without arming ourselves. We are a bit armed to be ready to be open to international due diligence and meet the expectations. And this is mostly call to invitation to anyone also in the room who's keen on funding work like this. Also, and that now brings me to my question to you. After doing all this research, what do you do with it? Who do you do it for? Does it just stop there? Does it move to development? Are you looking for partners? Because as Westerwelle and together with Friedrich Naumann, we are happy to take this forward and having started initiatives that we are doing. Thank you. And also just to highlight the report you received from Aid to Agency, that's us who wrote that. And it's also mostly to push for a bit of international development, but with actual steps on the ground, not just stories, because at the end of it all, we're in a conference, we talk, we go home, and nothing moves beyond it.
Thank you, Mercy. I think I'm going to allow James to respond to a couple of things because, you were involved in the study. Thank you.
I try to make it brief. First of all, of course, the paper is not published. It's still work in progress. On our side, we deliberately looked for entrepreneurs, African entrepreneurs, who have done some business in one way or the other with Germans. We avoided German companies or subsidiaries operating in Africa. So the point the gentleman raised, I can't remember your name, but you talked about the numbers and data, very important. And then to Philip's point, if you listen to the voices of these African entrepreneurs that have worked with German companies, actually their perception is there's a big market in Africa. And their calculation is not based on GDP, okay? And they're looking at missed opportunities, which whenever a German investor or company is looking at the African market, of course the question is, who will buy this stuff, okay? But these entrepreneurs, they're not very big, but they see missed opportunity. If I just give an example, a lot of processed products use chemicals, even for preserving food, or maybe for those who do Coca-Cola. Those are chemicals, okay? If you apply some cream on your body, there's some chemical or the other. And you'll get that the big German companies famous for chemical products of all strains, but they'll be saying there's no market in Africa. But these African entrepreneurs are saying, we are in agribusiness, we are processing, we want to preserve our food, we want to take our food to Uganda, to Congo, to Nigeria. So I think basically to your question about where do we take this research, this research comes to both sides, that we need to reframe some things, how we approach each other. Because you see now, German side saying no market. But you as an entrepreneur here, there's a market. It's only that it's facing some bottlenecks, which can be unlocked if we strategically partner, if two of these businesses connect. I just want to conclude with an interesting example. You've seen Africans being offered 1.5 billion market in China. how are they going to access that market without producing high quality goods? So strategically, the market is now evolving to become almost a 5 billion market, Africa and China, if we strategically connect this value from the German company. So, of course, I won't go into details about the pain points because they have already been addressed about visas and about just perception. And just to center it into the theme of this conference, the perception that Africa is a place that just needs to be helped. So you are trying to pitch to a German company, the first thing that comes to their mind, I think that's another department. The department that helps people should be working on that. But African entrepreneurs are saying, no, let's work together, let's connect, let's grow business possibilities. So I feel we could be having consumption equivalent, German consumption equivalent to our GDP, but this invisible market that is now being seen by the German industries. That's why in the multipolarity we mentioned in the morning, others have started seeing it and they don't care if the Germans don't take the necessary steps. And therefore, I think it's important we just open up to that reality. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. There's one last comment from the gentleman behind, and we have to end there. Thank you.
I am not an entrepreneur. I'm in the business of selling knowledge. But actually, I don't sell. I just supply information for free. So those who are available can get it. My name is Francis Owaka, a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. I want to speak about something that we are ignoring because we are talking about exploring development and cooperation. You see, international development is good for humanity, and cooperation is also good. So this is a wonderful, wonderfully crafted theme, but we are ignoring the political space. And this political space, when we are talking about cooperation between, say, Germany and Kenya, I am looking at the political compradors who are invited. My good friend was making a statement. How many know that there's a German delegation in Nairobi? Only the minister and the president and the PS will know. So they will invite me because I'm their friend. So you see the idea of perfect knowledge. I remember when I was doing my schooling, I used to know about perfect competition, perfect knowledge, point of equilibrium. It doesn't make sense nowadays. So something happened that where is this perfect knowledge? When we are discussing these issues, how much of it, as my good sister is pointing out, how much of it impacts directly on the citizen? How much of it are we communicating outside this room, for example? So now I am knowledgeable. When I go to the department, I'll speak highly that I'm human rights, but you guys remember that now I know something about investment and development. So this inavailability of information or confinement, manipulation of information also impacts on international development cooperation. So that those who are actually entering the space of international development cooperation are not those who are interested in entrepreneurship. They are there because the opportunity has availed them. They didn't look for it. It is actually the opportunity that looked for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a brilliant point in general to end on, because very much about doing business now is in that market of imperfect information, and how do we make that information more readily available. So I think that's a brilliant comment. Any last thoughts, and we end the session on that?
Well, I think Africa does hold a lot of opportunities. It's especially you need to be here now to grow with the markets, to grow your business with the markets. The issue James and I have will solve bilaterally on the market size. I think we've discussed that already 3 times before. So I think what still needs the imbalance, I think that's a very valid point. And perhaps German cooperation should also support by networking, by opening up the European market. I think that would be fair enough, perhaps not lowering the standards, sorry, because that's sort of like a national thing, but I mean, if you want to be fair enough, sort of if you have like that skilled labor agreement and then you don't let the skilled labor into the country, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, so if you sign it, stick with it. Yeah, that's the issue of commitment. So I think, you know, on that side, going this direction, there's still a lot of scope. I mean, there are some institutions in place that can help, but perhaps they are not that much known, especially for smaller companies. And I think it's also on the German side, we still need to, I mean, we're talking about those that are already doing business or looking at business in Africa, but that's a very, very small proportion of German companies. Yeah, and there are opportunities in niche markets on a global scale. I mean, international companies look at the globe, yeah, but still, I mean, I know very few companies with a sales setup that are not profitable very quickly. The sums are not as high as in China, yeah, but very often it's more profitable. Yeah, so I think there are a lot of opportunities, and with the speed which I showed earlier, if you translate that into industries, you know, you can grow your business quite easily without having to do much, yeah, as you just grow with the market.
All right, thank you very much. Well, who knew that you needed Nepal to facilitate a trade agreement between Africa and Germany? But here we are. So thank you very much for the contribution to the discussion in general. And I'm sure we have some enriching discussions further on. Thank you. Once again, a round of applause for Professor Philip von Karlowitz. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we go into a quick coffee break. I think we have 15 minutes because I ate up a little bit of your time.
Off now because one group decided they have a lot more to discuss, but we still need to move ahead with the program. So as they're joining us, I would like to begin the rest of the show. I really hope that what we were trying to do in the breakout sessions is really taking this idea of transforming international cooperation into tangible ideas. What would it really mean in terms of tangible ideas? In the breakout sessions, we discussed certain tangible ideas that might work in certain frameworks, but I hope that's opened up our mind in terms of the work that we're doing on how we can actually reform international cooperation from our own respective spaces. So I really hope you had a productive discussion overall. We're now going to move on to what we call probably the heart of the development framework. For me personally, it's entrepreneurship. I think entrepreneurship needs to be at the center of our development efforts as we move forward. And as you can see, this is the work of World of Labor. And if you look at this map, the darker green colors essentially shows an innovation-driven economy. And if you look at those countries, they're basically those countries which have moved forward are the ones that are highly populated with entrepreneurs. The numbers that you see on this map is because they'd like to generate maps based on evidence. This is the number of studies based on which this map was created, right? So that's what you see in general. What you can see is that countries that rely only on factor resources are lagging behind, but literally the countries that have promoted entrepreneurship are the ones that are really taking off. So only when development solutions, I think, are led by entrepreneurs can we really have sustained development and prosperity. And so I would now like to introduce you to an entrepreneur who not only lives by that ethos, but actively promotes entrepreneurship for a prosperous Africa. Magat is a serial entrepreneur. She appeared on the Forbes 20 Youngest Power Women in Africa list. She was named the Young Global Leader by World Economic Forum at Davos. She's a TED Global Africa Fellow and a Leading Woman in Wellness Award winner by the Global Wellness Summit. In addition, she's featured on the cover of Forbes Afrique for being the person in Francophone Africa having the greatest positive impact on the future. She serves as the director of Atlas Network's Center for African Prosperity. She's also the author of a wonderful book called The Heart of a Cheetah, Why Africa's Future Lies in Entrepreneurship and Economic Freedom. I would highly recommend reading that book. It's a wonderful read. Well, although Magat couldn't be here in person, I deeply admire her, and she sent us a very, very special video message, which we'll now play. Can we play Magat's special message, please?
Hello, my name is Magat Wade, and I'm from Senegal. Today, I want to share a story with you, the story of why is it that I believe today that entrepreneurship and economic freedom is the best fighting chance that Africa has to achieve prosperity and human flourishing on the continent. So my story began when I was around 2 years old. I was born in Senegal and raised there. And around 2 years of age, my parents basically made the very difficult decision that so many African parents before them have made and continue making to this day. And that decision is to know that the best way for you to serve your child is to leave her behind as you migrate away to better horizons where you can hopefully get a job from which income you can send back home, and so that she can, have the best that life has to offer, minus yourself, I guess. But in any case, that was what was happening. And right around age 7, so some 5 years or so later, my parents called for me to be reunited with them in Germany. That's where they were at that point. And what it meant for me was to go through one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. And this is coming from somebody who later lost a husband when she was still in her 20s. So to tell you that this was still one of the most traumatic experiences of my life, because it was. And all I remember was the level of anger and sense of injustice. The whole thing felt so unjust. I just, because for me, it was like, why? Why do I have to be separated from my grandma? Why? Why do I have to? Why do I have to go? I didn't know any of these reasons. I didn't. All I knew was what I was feeling in my heart, and it was rather heartbreaking. So I left, and I arrived in Germany, and there I look around and think to myself, wait a second, how come these people have this and we don't? And really, what I was thinking about mostly at that point was back home in Senegal, when my grandma says, "My God, it's time for your shower." I knew that I had a good 45 minutes to an hour to go play some more. Not because I was a procrastinator that I was, but it's because I knew that my grandma would have to get a stove of coal going, put a pot of water on it, wait for it to boil, then we put it into a bigger bucket, mix it with some cold water, and then someone stronger than her drags it to the shower area. And there, some 45 minutes to an hour later, I can proceed to shower, taking from a small plastic pot back and forth from a big, bucket. And here in Germany, my mom says, "My God, time for your shower." I'm thinking to myself, lady, where's the bucket of warm water? There is no way I'm getting butt naked in this weather. And she's saying, "Oh, come on, you silly, just jump in the shower." So there I jump in, I turn the knobs around, the water's coming down. Turns out you can change the temperature, you can change the pressure, all of that. And I'm just thinking to myself, you got to be kidding me. Who is playing this trick on me? Where's the person who is doing this behind the wall? I was just like shocked. And it's that shock that made me think, wait a second, how come they have this and we don't? And it was the same thing about how many types of breads and apples that the grocery store had. It was more types that my little brain could count. And the same thing about the paved roads, everything, everywhere. It was like, really? Seriously? How come they have this and we don't? It was not about anger. It was just about confusion. I was so confused. And eventually it became the defining question of my life. How come they have this and we don't? And eventually the question became, how come some countries like mine and so many other in Africa are poor, while you have these other countries, the US, Australia, New Zealand, you name it, are rich? What's going on here? And of course, I've heard it all. The IQ theory. Oh, darling, blacks and browns are simply not as smart as whites, and it shows in the state of our nations. I heard your lazy theory. I heard the colonialism. I heard it's slavery. I heard it's racism. I heard it's because our natural resources are being stolen away from you. I've heard it all. But none of these made sense. I take, for example, colonialism, which is one of the biggest ones that people like to use. And I say, well, Ethiopia has never been colonized, yet for the longest time has been one of the poorest nations in Africa, was actually the flagship of poverty in Africa. That's what people were thinking of when they thought of African poverty. Of course, Australia has done much better now, but for the longest time, it was basically what people thought of. During those same times, you had a nation like Botswana, which has been colonized, yet has been one of the best economic performers on the continent for a long, long time. So I'm thinking to myself, it's not colonialism, that happened before is not the reason why we are poor today. And the key word here is today. Okay, so and then people's talking about low IQ. Well, okay, then if my parents are the low IQ people you deem that all black people are, how come the minute they get to another place, all of a sudden they get to self-actualize? They become doctors, they become engineers, they become entrepreneurs, they become all of these great, people, productive members of society, participating in the economy. What are you saying? So none of that made sense, and I just continued on with my journey of really trying to see and to understand what it was then. And eventually I became an entrepreneur along the way, and when I became an entrepreneur, I started this company in Senegal. We had a sister company in Senegal, one in America, and basically it was all about trying to bring back the hibiscus juice that I grew up with in Senegal, and in doing so try to put back as many of the women growers of the hibiscus back to work. And when I did that, and so we had the sister company in the US, one in America. In one, it took us less than half a day. Back in those days, it was late 23, early 2004. Took us less than half a day to legally register the business in the US, around a couple $100 worth of fees. In Senegal, by the time we're done, almost 2 years and thousands of dollars in fees. The labor laws are so complicated, you are basically married to your employees for good or for bad. Mind you that they steal from you, they don't show up on time, they don't do their work. Once you have them on for full time, you're pretty much, married to them for good, for life. So no labor flexibility. The tax code is worth truckloads of rules and regulations. The whole thing is complete nightmare. So I'm thinking to myself, wait a second, and then you compare that to what, the same thing in the US, employment at will, all of that, and then I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, why is it so hard to run a business back home? It feels like swimming through molasses to do business. Here in the US, yeah, entrepreneurship is hard anywhere, but on top of that, when you have these other, things on top of it, like the labor laws, the tax code and all of that, it just makes it even harder. So in Africa, it felt like just swimming through molasses to do business, and over here, all of that part of it just felt like, ooh, going through a breeze, getting your stuff done. And I was like, at first I thought to myself, oh, I guess it's because we're rich, that's why everything is so easy, and we're poor, that's why everything is so hard. Just come to think that, wait a second, you're poor because you don't have enough money. You don't have enough money because you don't have a source of income. A source of income for most of us is a job. Where do jobs come from? The private sector, businesses. Now, do we believe that you're going to have the same results with businesses if you give them a place, an environment where it feels like swimming through molasses to get anything done? Or if you're in an environment where everything is clear, the rules are clear, there's not too many rules, and they just get to do what they need to do and do entrepreneurship. Do we really believe that we're going to have the same outcome regardless of those two variables? I think not. Well, that's what I have been going through in Senegal. Then I thought, oh, maybe we're just an anecdote. Let me see if the same goes in other African nations. So I started looking at indexes like the Doing Business Index ranking of the World Bank, the Doing Business Index, the Ease of Doing Business Index of the World Bank, the Economic Freedom Index, and many other indexes that measure how easy or hard it is to do business anywhere in the world. And systematically, they find what I have been experiencing as an African entrepreneur doing business in Africa and also in America, and it is that most African nations are on the bottom half of a Doing Business Index ranking of the World Bank and other indexes measuring how easy or hard it is to start and run a business. Basically, it is harder to do business in almost anywhere in Sub-Saharan Africa than it is anywhere in Scandinavia. Scandinavia, which is a place that many anti-business people like to point to say, see, this is done right. Well, in those places are more capitalist than almost all Sub-Saharan African nations. There you had it. And then I was like, oh my God. And there, at last, I had my answer. Little girl Magat finally as an adult got her answer. Africa is the poorest region in the world, not because we're lazy, not because low IQ, not because colonialism, not because racism. It is because this is the place that is the most over-regulated region in the world. It means this is a place that has the least economic freedom in the world, meaning this is a place where entrepreneurs are the least free to enterprise. And that makes sense. Because poverty is solved by prosperity, not poverty alleviation. Being a little bit less poor is not my goal in this world. Thank you very much. So poverty is solved by prosperity. Prosperity is built by entrepreneurs. Yet we know entrepreneurship does not happen in a vacuum. The type of soil in which an entrepreneur gets to be planted or not, in this case, the laws, the rules, the regulation, the economic freedom, depending on what it is and the level of it, you will have many entrepreneurs creating many successful companies with many employee jobs being created and income being created, or you don't have it. So there you have it. That's it. That was pretty much the equation. Back in the day, we had Hernando de Soto, and he was making good progress with this diagnosis, the right diagnosis to poverty, which is lack of economic freedom, which means entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship cannot thrive as it should. And then eventually disappeared. That story disappeared, and we got left with aid on one end, which has produced absolutely nothing. It's been 60-some plus years since the end of colonialism in many African nations, and trillions of dollars later, we still have nothing to show for. So that's on the aid side. And then on the other side over here, you have the industrial people who believe in industrial policy making, meaning the government gets to pick winners and losers when it comes to which industry should win or lose. And this is, and we're trusting governments that so many of us agree there are some corruption issues with. right? I'm not pointing to different people, because the problem is, it's not about the people, it's about the policies we have in place. They're rotten. So in any case, here we are. This is what I found. And sadly, almost no one talks about it. Almost no one talks about the free markets when it comes to Africa. Almost no one. The debate is stuck between aid or no aid, or how much of it, or let's do industrial policy. In the meantime, what needs to be done, which is free the entrepreneurs, so that you can have this emerging order happening, and the best thriving, you know, creating companies, those who should be creating companies are creating them, and the ones who want to work inside companies work inside companies. Tons of jobs are created, providing for, you know, choice. That's what we should be doing. But when you have a wrong diagnosis, you surely do not have a right, so you cannot have a right solution. And this is what I encourage all of you in this room today to really think about. And to whichever field you're in, whether you're in education, whether you're in capacity building, whether you're in working with governments, I want you to really stay close to the entrepreneur. I want you to stay close to the SMEs, to the small and medium-sized entrepreneurs, to that type of entrepreneurs. And I want you to pay close attention to what they're saying and what they're also not saying, because oftentimes even them will not be articulating some of the things that I'm talking about right now, but you don't need to look further, it's right there. So each one of you, it would be a good idea that you become monomaniacally focused on how can you improve this business environment in various African nations. Some people think it's all about doing nationwide reforms, but I do believe there are other ways to do this. In my case, I'm trying to do it zone by zone level. But bottom line is, each one of us, we do know we have a right intentions, but good intentions are not sufficient. We have to have a right mind for these things. So my challenge, and what I want to leave you with is, can you think of how you can reorient your position as practitioners working in economic development? How can you shift your focus? And the target needs to become, how do we sanitize the business environment in African nations? How do we bring greater economic freedom? How do we free the markets in Africa, in various nations and across nations? That's the job at stakes. We have 2.5 billion, by 2050, there will be 2.5 billion Africans. It's going to be up to the work we do in these circles as to whether that's going to be a curse or a blessing. I like to believe, and I will always believe, that humans are a blessing. Like Professor Simon said, humans are the ultimate resource, because we have this God-given gift of a mind and agency. But for us to put it to work so that it can serve us all and we can build great companies, great economies, and human flourishing, we need to have the freedom to do that. Economic freedom. And it is worth it. It is so worth it. I am excited because, like I said, we've got half a solution. The right diagnosis is half a solution, and we have it. And then beyond that, once you identify that diagnosis, we then have the tools. We know them. They're there. So I think this is the most exciting time to be as people who are working in economic development. I hope you enjoy the ride ahead. Spend more time into these things. I mean, I would love to hear back from you. But yes, I am excited for your commitment to prosperity building in Africa. And I say, let us apply economic freedom. And then you will see these young Africans, and not so young, running the run of their lives. I always say it, I think it's going to be beautiful. So thank you for having me, and enjoy the rest of your conference.
So clearly, the opportunities are there. We know it's a whole ecosystem, it's a whole environment that we need to work on for us to encourage or to utilize the potential that we have, especially in this side of Africa. Do you feel challenged? Do you feel challenged, or you already challenged before the video that you watched? I need an answer because we just came from the tea break and the breakout sessions. I need to hear your voice. Do you feel challenged? Inspired? What a nice way to get into the next session. We are moving into the next section, which is a presentation by Dr. Matthias von Bismarck. I'll read his profile shortly. So Matthias von Bismarck Osten is a Berlin-based development economist and senior finance executive whose career spans investment banking, development finance, and impact investing. He holds a doctorate in economics from the University of Munich and built his career at institutions including the EBRD, which I need to check what that is, and Investitionsbank, that is so German, that's in Berlin. As a board member of Symbiotics Investments and Green Tech Capital Partners, he's actively engaged in African private sector development. A former fellow at the Stellenbosch Institute for Advanced Study, he authored a study on digital platforms and smallholder farming in Sub-Saharan Africa, published by the Center for Development Research at the University of Bonn. So Dr. Matthias will take us in the session. The presentation is Helping Markets Happen, Unlocking Market Potential with Advanced Financial Instruments. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Judy. Thank you very much for this introduction. Yes, we are excited. And yes, we talk about thriving markets. And this is what I want to do now with you. A key problem in the global south is a lack of functioning markets. And why do they not function? Because of market failures, which are correctable. And this is what this presentation is about, making markets happen by correcting market failures. The idea of enabling markets is not new, and it's not mine. The concept I'm presenting to you is based on the market system development approach, which was developed by the Springfield Center 20 years ago, and then it was later developed by the Swiss Development Corporation and the British one, and later also by the IFC, the affiliate of the World Bank. But my contribution is to have adapted it to certain failing markets in Africa, especially the one for processed food. And I hope you will see I rendered it very, very concrete. I certainly believe that the time has come to pursue the enabling market concept with much greater intensity than before, given the crisis we see with overseas development assistance. Many markets in the global south do not function. Even everyday markets, such as processed food, such as dairy, such as basic manufacturing. And what does that mean, they do not function? Demand is there. Demand is there given the population growth and given the rising middle class, which stands now at 310 million in Africa, in Sub-Saharan Africa. But supply does not pick up. And why does? And the supply does not pick up for market failures. But what is happening then? Very often these essential goods are not provided at all. That means poverty. Or they are provided by ODA and by NGOs. That means dependency. Or they are provided through imports, although local companies appear totally capable to provide these essential goods and services. The paradox, you see on the left side, markets do not function. And why does that matter? It matters because it implies a lost opportunity to create value in the country. And it provides a lost opportunity to create jobs, also better paid jobs along the value chain. And that is a key problem because Africa needs to create jobs. You know all the figures of the World Bank and the IMF. Africa needs 15 million new jobs every year just to prevent the unemployment from rising. So, and without markets, there is no engine to absorb these people. Here you see the visible the problem, the visualization of the problem. These are imports, food imports in Africa. The blue column is total food, and the red column is processed food. And why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? Because food imports present an increasing burden of the balance of payment system, and they consume scarce funds which could be used for capital goods, which are important for the industrialization of the continent. And food imports imply a growing dependency on world markets and also to price shocks, as we have seen in the last years. I don't want to be misunderstood. Imports are not the problem per se. If imports are the result of well-functioning markets, that's absolutely fine. But the question is, why does local supply does not pick up? If it is because of finances lacking, if it is because logistics isn't there, and related problem, then it is a problem of the market and not of trade. And competitive advantages or disadvantages do not have to be taken for granted. They can be changed, as Nobel laureate Paul Krugman has shown already 40 years ago, through investment and through learning. And, well, look at Kenya, M-Pesa. Nobody said, or Kenya didn't know that it has an advantage in mobile money. It discovered it, and it developed it very systematically. Enabling markets don't replace them. That means as long as ODA and NGOs provide essential goods, well, then markets cannot happen because these delivery very often they are an impediment to market development. And enabling markets means unlock market potential by addressing specific failures, and it is certainly the better way to produce certain outcomes by encouraging local companies to provide the essential goods and services. Why do markets fail? There are 6 prominent reasons. I will go through them one by one, and the first problem, big problem, is political and macro risk. That means political instability. That means weak contract enforcement and devaluation of the currency. And the most suitable instrument to counter this risk are guarantees. Guarantees are very effective and they are efficient. Effective with regard to that they are really helpful to give the investors trust, and efficient. They are efficient because it is a contingent instrument. They only pay when the predefined risk does really materialize. Well, additionality is always a problem here. Guarantees should only be provided for projects which haven't been carried out without that guarantee. The next one is project level risk. Well, we all know the problem with a project. Returns come late, but costs come immediately. And sometimes this gap becomes too large, too long, and that provides the risk. And then the costs are front-loaded. Early losses are likely while the market forms, and the downside risk is too big for investors, although the project appears absolutely viable and good. And what needs to be done in that case, that is blended finance. We heard that this morning already by this entrepreneur here. Blended finance, subordinated loans, mezzanine financing, co-financing, anchor investment signaling confidence to attract other co-investors. lack of investment finance. That is very often a problem that a local bank, so the local bank does do, when the local bank is not familiar with the sector, then they cannot judge the collateral, the repayment cycle, and so on. And then very often they refrain from financing. And that is the situation where development banks should help this local bank to gain trust, and that is a matter of cooperation and technical assistance. But what happened very often in the past by World Bank and other institutions is to bypass the local bank and to provide the money from the capital. And that is a big, big mistake. That is, with regard to enabling market, the principle, the basic principle is to work with local entrepreneurs, with local market actors, with local banks. No cash to operate, working capital. There are projects, and I've seen projects of this kind, which are thoroughly financed, everything is fine, but what is missing? Working capital. Working capital is the oxygen of markets. Consumer finance is a receivable finance, so if the cash management cycle is too complicated and too long, then the company might, and the banks might find that very difficult to follow and to build trust. And that is also a way for development banks to support local banks with receivable finance, trade finance, and things like that, and local currency lending to reduce foreign exchange risk. Coordination failure, that is one of the principal problems in the Global South. Nobody moves first. Egg or hen problem. Farmers won't invest in quality without a reliable buyer. Processors won't invest without stable supply. Banks won't lend without a credible contract. So if an aggregator can show an offtake agreement with the local supermarket chain, it's much easier for that aggregator to get a loan. And if the transport company sees that his client, the aggregator, has an offtake agreement, the transport company is willing to invest in new vehicles or in cold chain. And that is trust and information gaps. That is a critical problem as well. We need quality verification for local production. Supermarkets will remain importing if they don't see that the local production is verified and that they are reliable institutions to certify the quality of the local production. One important, from instruments to system, one important point is that not all instruments I have shown to you need all instruments which I showed, but only those who in need. But the ones which are identified as being in need, they should be applied as a system and not one by one. Growth partnerships, mentioned very often in the course of this conference, is a good thing to alleviate many of these mentioned constraints. High-level growth partnerships, where the European or wherever the company comes from, provides machinery. Scale experience is a very important thing, while the local partner provides market knowledge, supplier networks, and local trust. Now I come to the tomato paradox. In preparation of this conference, people were mocking about me because I put always this tomato paradox in the limelight. Let me quote the Nigerian Minister of Agriculture and Food, Mr. Abubakar Kirari, who described the problem crystal clear last April. I quote, "Let us first acknowledge the paradox that defines Nigeria's agricultural landscape. Despite being the largest producer of tomatoes in Africa, Nigeria remains the world's largest importer of tomato paste. Our reliance on imports stems from multiple systemic challenges, including inadequate processing infrastructure and poor linkages between farmers and processors, unquote. And he bitterly complains that 45% of the tomato production in Nigeria is rotting. That is a classical case for market system development approach. I'm very thankful to the Nigerian Minister of Food and Agriculture to have put that in such plain words. What comes now is a kind of case study, but this is not Nigeria, that is based on observations in the global south in the area, in the sector of processed food. The first problem, which I go through that very quickly, the first problem is linking farmers to buyers. What can be done? It is framework contracts, which could be supported also by development banks, investment in cooling, development institutions support local banks, and so on. And making investment happens. The banks say, well, we know small farmers and their business, but we don't know cold chain, we don't know aggregation, we don't know processing. We stand away. And so this bank needs support through co-financing and concessional tranche from development institutions. The goal of this is make possible projects bankable with local financial institutions. But the concept of that is always to bring the risks of project into the range in which it is acceptable for investors. Not more and not less. And only as long as the risks are prevailing. That means keeping the lights on, means having enough working capital to finance electricity and everything. Working capital lines are important, trade, supply chain finance, receivable finance, all these instruments which I mentioned already. Verification is important, and very often verification needs to be established with grants in the early period of market formation. From project to market. So if everything looks fine, if that is so we're successful, farmers produce for stable buyers, and there's no rotting of tomatoes after harvest. Processors shift from opportunistic activity to predictable production. Banks recognize the sector as financeable. Cold storage does exist. Domestic standards institutions gain relevance, and new firms enter. Competition deepens. The test, that's a very important slide. The test of success means development cooperation succeeds when it makes itself unnecessary. Local banks lend with less and no guarantee support. Buyer-supplier relations persist on commercial terms. Standards are enforced domestically, and working capital needs met without external aid. And in this context, measurement is very important. Measurement should be throughout the whole project, should be made. The key lesson is develop markets with local actors. Development cooperation should not substitute for markets. Its role is to make markets possible. And external support should recede as local capabilities grow. The final slogan, don't substitute for markets, make them possible. Thank you very much.
A bigger clap, appreciation for Dr. Matthias. Thank you very much, Dr. Matthias. That was quite eye-opening. You've learned that demand is growing, but supply is not responding. Of course, when you look at the domestic market development, then we ask, what is the status in our different countries? We've heard of the 6 market failures. Which market failures can we identify with? Probably all the 6 of them. And then there's the tomato paradox. What is the paradox in your country? In Kenya, it reminds me of the mango paradox. Do you remember that? And the famous governor who finally was able to design an industry, a manufacturing company where we were able to process mangoes and use them later. But what happened later? Does it still function? It doesn't. So maybe it's another opportunity for us to identify the different paradoxes, like the one in Nigeria, to be able to see then how do we approach these challenges. Again, we've learned from Dr. Machias that it's not blanket interventions, but basically is looking at each of the market failures and trying to look for the specific intervention, because sometimes it fails because we want to do basically a blanket approach or even copy another country and come and copy-paste it to our countries. And with that, allow me to call the next moderator of this session. When I say she doesn't need introduction, I think I still need to introduce her. There is Ndu Oko. Last time, Ndu Oko, you remember you hosted Professor Pake, who is here this morning. That was, I think, in 2023 or 2024. So Ndu Oko is a media and communications professional, passionate about using storytelling to inspire change, shape narratives, and drive meaningful impact. With experience across media, content development, and strategic communications, Ndu has leveraged the power of compelling stories to amplify voices, engage audiences, and influence conversations on issues that matter. Known for creativity, insight, and a strong commitment to social impact, Ndu combines journalistic instincts with a results-oriented approach to communication. Through thoughtful storytelling and media engagement, Ndu helps organizations and communities connect, inform, and inspire action, creating lasting value, positive change across diverse audiences and sectors. Ndu, karibu sana, the floor is yours. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Thank you, Judy. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so I talk to people every day for a living and they never answer back because they're on the other side of the thing. So I can go for hours. So it would be just nice to connect with all of you this afternoon. We're looking at enabling market-based development this afternoon in this session. And obviously, today's session explores what market-based development really means, where it works, where it doesn't, and what conditions are required for it to succeed. We're going to examine how innovative financing instruments can align incentives, mobilize capital, and improve development outcomes. So the goal is not to present market-based development as a silver bullet, obviously, but rather to develop a shared understanding of its potential, its limitations, and its practical principles that can guide its application. So, of course, I'm not going to do this by myself. That would be fun, but not really. So we have an excellent panel who will join us in this conversation this afternoon. One of them you've already met through that presentation that he gave this afternoon. So we're going to invite our panel up and I'm going to introduce them to you as they come, and then we'll sit and have this conversation where we're able to answer some of these questions or to look into some of these insights as far as market-based development, what it means, how it works, and what then we're asking in terms of how our thought processes change. So I'm going to welcome our panelists up here. And I'll start by introducing them. Barbara Von Tol is a regional representative at DEG East Africa. And DEG stands for an organization. Yes, you can give a round of applause, that would be great. She's a regional director for East Africa, DEG, Deutsche Investition. And the E, I will allow her to pronounce because it has more letters than my first name, which people have often said is quite something. Another round of applause for her, please. Another lady that you've seen through the morning and also through this day and has been instrumental in making a lot of these come together and will join us in the panel as well is Arpita Nepal. Arpita is the co-founder, yes. Arpita is the co-founder and director of research and development at Samriddhi Foundation. It's an independent economic policy think tank based in Nepal, which promotes the vision of free and prosperous Nepal. Another round of applause for her, please. Also finalizing that panel, you've seen him just now, Dr. Matthias von Bismarck-Osten, development economist and senior finance executive based in Berlin, a development economist and institutional asset strategist. A round of applause for him, please. So I'll join them on the panel. Okay, fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for, so we can essentially go through some of these matters this afternoon. And I think that as we talk about understanding of market-based development, let's start with you, Peter. When we talk about this, what exactly are we looking at when we're speaking of market-based development?
For me, market-based development is sitting at the center, just as Dr. Matthias just presented, is looking at development from a perspective of where and how can we develop a market in this particular area if there is a feasibility for that market to exist. But at the same time, that intervention is designed in such a way that the market flourishes when the intervention actually recedes. So that, to me, the most key aspect of a market-based development approach is two principles. One is a feasibility of exploring whether a market is feasible in that particular intervention area, and B is deciding there needs to be a sunset clause, that the intervention is for a limited period of time and the market can actually run without intervention eventually when the intervention is pulled out. I think I would put it as those two key principles.
Yeah, and of course the necessity for us to look at all of this from a micro level, but when we talk about market-based development, Barbara, what is the role of entrepreneurs? Because these seem to be the agents in this development that we speak of. What is the role of entrepreneurs in development cooperation?
Well, I think there's not much more to say than the lady who had the virtual presentation, which really brought it to the point. Entrepreneurs bring prosperity, right? And that's the whole way of how a country develops in the end and how jobs are created. By the way, the full name of my company is Deutsche Investitions- und Entwicklungsgesellschaft.
I'm sure everybody got that.
But you can call it DEG, it's much easier. And we at DEG, it's the German Development Finance Institution, part of KfW Banking Group. And we have a very sector-agnostic approach. And we try to deliver those financing instruments the private sector needs, not only German private sector, but even more the local private sector here in the countries, and try to fill the market gap, which we can't do fully because we also have our own strategy and KPIs, but that's at least what we're trying to achieve.
I mean, so it's clear that, entrepreneurs have a role to play here. But Dr. Matthias, what must support them? What must be the buffer for these entrepreneurs, which we've so established have a role to play in this development?
Well, entrepreneurs are the driving engine of everything. But very often they need support with regard to alleviating the constraints to markets. And what I wanted to present is that the entrepreneurs can only flourish in a functioning market or a market which is got going. And that is important to have the whole market, to take a view on the whole market, I would say. But entrepreneurs are absolutely the engine of everything. And M-Pesa is a wonderful example for that. Yeah? So you have a driving force of an entrepreneur or a company, then it got support from international organizations, telecom companies, and also the government. And we That's why I say that we should not leave the entrepreneurs totally alone with countering all these or fighting all these constraints in which they are surrounded, and in some sectors more and in other sectors less. Telecom and IT certainly less in Nigeria, in Kenya, and also Nigeria and other countries. But in other sectors, these market failures still persist.
So paint the picture for us, Arpita. What would it look like? Supported entrepreneurs within a system where it's understood that market-based development is the way to go. What does an empowered entrepreneur look like with supportive markets kind of thing?
So I'll start from a very theoretical perspective because I'm a student of economics. So in economics, we can argue all we want in theoretical frameworks or in regulatory frameworks. We talk about economic freedom, we say, oh, it needs to have less regulation, so on and so forth. The objective reality of the countries we function in are characterized for any developing country, I think are characterized by certain things. One is a weak state capacity. What do I mean by that? That is that we have weaker governance systems. We don't have enough transparency or accountability measures. In many areas, our democracy are non-functioning at the micro level. Say you can't hold your local politicians accountable enough in how they spend their public funds, right? So what does that mean for an entrepreneur? Say I want to start up a very small business. I want to start a small kiosk selling local produce of farmers in my village area, right? It's still an entrepreneurship journey because in general, I'm trying to resolve a problem of bringing the farmers' produce to the market so that the market people living in the city can buy from my kiosk, right? Now let's go through the dysfunctions that this person is likely to face. The dysfunction that this person is likely to face goes at different levels. The first is a local politician might say, the local ward or municipality that you function in might say, oh, no, in order to establish this kiosk, you have to pay me a fee, right? So right there, I might, have just a small investment to start up a small kiosk and, I haven't really thought about fees. Another federal or central level authority might come in and say, no, you need to actually maintain a board, like a license, right? You need a license, you need to have these certain things, that compliance that you need to do. Eventually, I might meet all of these like smaller requirements, so on and so forth. Well, in most of our developing countries, my local area might belong to a certain mafia. I might have to pay them another fee, right? Just for protection, so that my small kiosk is not like robbed or looted or whatever. So this is the reality of doing business in developing countries. So on theory, we can say that remove all the regulations, let entrepreneurship flourish, so on and so forth. Absolutely. Can it really get implemented when we have very, very weak states, when our protection system doesn't work, when accountability measures don't exist? Not really in practice. And so I think this is where we are saying that entrepreneurs require support in the system, in this sense, is how do we, nourish this person's big dreams of saying, I'm trying to resolve a problem for city dwellers of bringing vegetables to their table in an easy way and developing the supply chain with farmers. So if I envision this on a large scale, essentially establishing a chain grocery store, that might be my big dream. I might start off with a small kiosk. How does that entrepreneur get from there to there, right? And there's so many market failures, and these market failures do not necessarily, I refrain from using the word just market failures. It might be governance failures, it might be state failures, it might come in many different forms. So at certain points, I think if we think about how can we develop a market where that person is able to achieve that goal of establishing this chain grocery store eventually, is actually supporting that person along the way in all of these compliance. So bringing down that cost of doing business, right? So some of it might be lobbying with the government to bring about this regulatory change, on saying there are just too many regulations. This is too burdensome for a small entrepreneur to follow. Sure, that's one aspect of how we do things. But on the other hand, say for example, a small entrepreneur starting with a kiosk or a very small company might not have that collateral that most local banks require, because that's the only way they know how to mitigate the risk that they face in developing countries. And so what do? In order to give a person a loan, we require substantial collateral, right, for the bank to actually give me a loan. And that collateral is essentially their way of saying it's a risky investment. If everything fails, I can at least take the collateral and get my money back, right, for the bank, because the local bank's working with depositors' money. So essentially, I think in that process, there are many, many steps along the way where development cooperation, I think, in general can play a role, or development finance can play a role in easing up that system. But essentially it's for that, to bring down the cost of compliance for that entrepreneur and letting them flourish. Yeah.
Barbara, there's a question about whether these ecosystems operate organically on their own, just kind of spawn or sprout, or must they have this development through development interventions? And a lot of these interventions are external. Must that happen in order for a local ecosystem, for example, to be established? Or can they sprout organically?
It depends, I would say. It depends on the sector, the investment, the amount of investment needed to be financed, and so on. So let me give you one example where I think currently local banks are not in a position to provide the correct financing products. For example, for private sector infrastructure investments. Local banks can usually extend loans of, let's say, up to 7, maybe 10 years, the South African banks, maybe a little longer, but definitely not the East African banks. But if an entrepreneur or a larger investor wants to invest heavily into an investment which return only comes, I don't know, within the next 20 years, and the loan can only be paid back within the next 20 years, you have a huge refinancing risk if you have a loan only for 7 years on your balance sheet. So that's where, for example, we as DEG and the other development finance institutions come in, because we can extend loans of up to 21 years and grace periods of up to 3 years. So that gives an entrepreneur a much safer investment horizon and investment security to invest long-term, larger chunks who can really spur development.
What would the markers of development look like? And I know that Dr. Matthias is going to come in just a minute, but just holding on you, Barbara, for just a minute, is what would the markers of this development look like? After having a loan out to a nation, entrepreneurs, a group, and then to say, well, we have reached the place whereby they are on their own.
Well, one marker, as Matthias said in his presentation, is development finance has been successful when it's not necessary anymore.
Yes.
So, for example, us also financing local banks. Obviously, I want to remain in my job for many more years, but I would still be happy if local banks are enabled at some point in time to do this long-term financing themselves.
Dr. Matthias, I know there's a comment.
I think the key thing is measurement. So ideally, you have a plan for the market development, and you say, well, this parameter stands at this, we can receive the support. But I would like to, as we are in a liberal environment, I want to state that the concept I was presenting, the market system development approach, is very liberal in a certain sense, that it is not this market is not picked from the government and say we should do this and that. It should be a reaction of local entrepreneurs, maybe not only one, but other sector which together could form a market once the constraints are removed. So this concept is not top down, the government says we should do this, and certainly not the North saying the South should do this and that. That I want to make. So the idea is to react on signals which are received from local entrepreneurs, support us, we want to do this and that. And we have already a coalition partner with regard to this, but we need the local bank to be in a position to support us, or we need the regulation to be changed, or we need this and that. But the driving force are local players and local entrepreneurs.
Well, let me hold on to that for a minute, because the truth of the matter is that in reality, a lot of governments are the clients of the local banks, which should space have been saved for these entrepreneurs that we speak about. So if we're saying that market-based development has the entrepreneurs as their agents, how do you divorce this from the reality whereby a lot of governments seem to gobble up the space that should essentially be left for these agents of development, which are the entrepreneurs?
I would say we need a shift in culture with regard to this. And there's a problem of the cooperation between national governments and multilateral institutions, like the World Bank. I observed that in some cases that the World Bank say, well, we channel the funds through the capital to the entrepreneur directly, bypassing the local bank. That is compatible, and if the money is lost, well, the World Bank has enough money. And that is absolutely the wrong approach. The local bank, maybe it takes more time, but the local bank should be brought into the position to support this local project. And that takes technical assistance, maybe, it needs co-financing, credit lines or whatever, but that is the way to do it, and not through the central government.
Okay. Do development practitioners, Barbara, really understand what market-based development approach encompasses? And if not, what would that look like if they did?
Can I say it depends again who you ask?
That might
I'm
be
not
the word
sure
of
if
the
I
afternoon.
understand completely, right? So who am I to say? It's difficult to answer, but...
If one understood this ecosystem, how would they operate? You can use your organization as an example.
I'd say on the one hand, it's about creating the environment, right? Having the right or the little as possible regulations, and I think definitely there are some blueprints in other countries which could be replicated here and which development practitioners could support implementing or discussing about these kind of things. But also the governments themselves. For example, if you look at Uganda, they have a perfectly fine working IPP framework for renewable energy. It's working immensely well. If you look at other countries in the region, they don't. But they don't learn from each other. They don't, not sure if they talk to each other, and the realities on the ground are not so different in the end. So I'm not sure if it would even need a development practitioner to kind of couple governments within this region, right? Yeah, maybe that's one of my answers.
So how can we use market-based development successfully, Peter, more pervasively in tackling developmental problems? Some of the things that we see that you've mentioned, Dr. Matthias talked about in some areas where there's, inadequate power, those 6 things. There's inadequate power, there's, not disconnected market systems. How can we actually bring those connectors?
I think the biggest thing is having this conversation requires like an attitudinal change in terms of saying that development projects need to have a deadline. And as Barbara pointed out, I mean, all development practitioners love their job. It's a cushy job in general, but you're only in the job as long as development is required. So I think that it's a moral hazard problem in general for people in development, because
in order to use market-based development, it requires a huge attitudinal change of saying that, it's a limited intervention. I want a sustainable local market to develop and flourish out of this, and then I need to get out of it, right? That requires an attitudinal change. I am not sure how to get that in general. But I think what has happened, I don't want to blame the whole development industry, because I think these positive interventions, especially in development finance and to a certain extent in certain interventions that support entrepreneurs in general, entrepreneurial ecosystem, those interventions have started sprouting up. So I can give you examples from Nepal, where my country, where certain development interventions, especially by the Swiss Development Corporation, it's very much focused around market-based development approach. They've adopted it as their ethos, and they're centering it around markets, and they've shown how exit can happen. So it's not that this is not in practice. How to make it more widespread is probably to showcase and have these conversations more often, I think would be helpful. But will it actually transform into institutions and an institutional approach? I'm not so sure that we can achieve that with the current institutional framework of development cooperation that exists. So probably we need to rethink about, and this is both at bilateral as well as multilateral institutions that exist. So I think it requires a little bit more attitudinal change. I'm not sure how to achieve that.
Right. How do we see this dance between what you mentioned, Dr. Matthias, where there's an obvious entrepreneurial need, and that there are government institutions which already exist and have a modus operandi about how things work, and have practiced this for years, and we are saying now that the way towards development is a market-based approach, or at least one of the ways. How do you start to change that?
Sorry, Barbara, but I think Dr. Hoffmann will appreciate what I say now. We can look into Germany, we have a bit of a problem. The GIZ provides technical assistance. And they look into technical problems to be solved. And the KfW, wants to finance investment. But who is doing this work to get a market going? In Germany, it seems to be a little bit to fall into the trap between GIZ and KfW. That means GIZ needs reform. I wouldn't say it's still a role to play for GIZ, I would say, with 27,000 employees. But the important role, which is for the moment not sufficiently fulfilled, is developing markets. Taking the signals of local entrepreneurs saying, well, we need this and that to get that market going, and then to do it. As the Springfield Center and the Swiss Development Corporation has very successfully done in Bangladesh. Well, it's a different market, different environment. But that is the way to go about it. And to look after future investments and by entrepreneurs and local players, and to do the preparatory work for that. And that is not, at least in Germany and probably also in other countries, not systematically done. An exception is Switzerland. They covered that, maybe also BRI, the British. But I'm afraid, I don't say not at all, but less so the Germans because of the dichotomy between these two institutions.
Right. Barbara, what would you say some of the challenges are? Looking at, the part of the world where we're asking this question and saying that, market-based development is what is going to have to take place, as opposed to what? Whereby previously it has been development aid, and has that really developed countries, nations, regions? What are the challenges now to moving to this approach?
I think there are many challenges. First of all, each German government-owned institution has his or her its own goals, its mandates since ages. It's funded on a biannual budget. It's after long talks of government negotiations, which are, for example, between Germany and Kenya happening on Thursday and Friday in Berlin. So it's very stiff when it comes to government-funded development work. Very, very stiff. And I think it takes ages for a institution, be it GIZ or KfW Development Bank, to kind of change the way they are doing things. I think for us at DEG it's a little more flexible because the bulk of our work is not spending German government funds. It's investing and generating money ourselves with it. That's why we also have a very private sector approach ourselves, very market-based approach. Yeah, that's, I'd say, one challenge, the stiffness of the deployment of government funds.
Right. For you, Arpita, what are some challenges that you see? I'm going to ask that same question for us to understand, because we normally say if you can overcome the challenges, that's usually one of the first steps towards getting on the road.
They talked from more, so in the traditional framework, if it is donor versus recipient, right? They talked more from the challenges on the donor side, like you have your own frameworks and so on and so forth. It's as if we treat G to G, so government to government, these aid negotiations and development cooperation negotiations. Even the government in our countries is not a monolith. It is not a single entity that is so coordinated, has one strategic vision that it wants you to invest in. The reason we are developing, I think, is because we are so uncoordinated in general. We have a deep governance issue within our own countries. And so that I see. So I see it from the other side of the spectrum on saying, sure, market-based development, but the politician who's going to go negotiate on my country's behalf wants that project in his constituency so that he gets the next round of vote. Whether it makes sense to develop markets or infrastructure or any kind of project in that area or not. So I see the challenge more in terms of governance also from the recipient end is, at the end of the day, if you really want markets to work, it requires some form of coordination. And how do you get those voices together? How do you get that coordination mechanism going within your own country? The irony of it is if you figure out that coordination, you no longer need development assistance. You're on your way to growth anyways. You can do your good trade deals and end up in prosperity. So it's a very, very tricky situation. I wish we had the answers. I'm opening up the conversation in that. I really don't know. But from the developing countries' perspective, I think we also have to look at our own state's capacity, and we know that we have very weak state capacities.
Right.
So I see that as a big challenge.
Well, to tie this up for us a little bit, Dr. Matthias, is it time, or how are we looking at the situation where we say it's time to, snip the tails and really look towards this market base where you're empowering entrepreneurs, you're putting money where it's absolutely necessary to grow economies, and then you're saying to aid, let's start to loosen the reins?
Yes, I would. I think the best development policy is to, pull out the antennas to see where do we receive signals from local entrepreneurs that there is potential for a functioning market. If this or that should be done, and that should be done in the total global south. Nigeria is the best example, the tomatoes, but there are many others. But also even in Nigeria, one has to see, well, do we have local entrepreneurs who are in principle prepared to build up an aggregation company, institution, and to process tomatoes and things like that. So not top down, but reacting on signals from local entrepreneurs. That, I think, is the best development policy.
Indeed. We're going to take a few questions as we're going to go around at some point, but just last thoughts from each of us. We'll start with our Peter here, and then go to Barbara, and then finish up with Dr. Matthias, and then we'll take some questions as we come around. We'll start with you, Peter.
I think I have more questions on how to make market-based development happen. Again, as a development practitioner who's been in the field, I work on the policy spectrum end of it, on saying what kind of policies would really enable market-based development. And I think I have more questions at this point in terms of what can be done. What's realistic in terms of the existing framework? Do we really see these existing frameworks changing? Because again, I look at the existing frameworks as massive bureaucracies that is very, very difficult to shift or change in general. And that is where the problem starts on saying, okay, where is this conversation going to go? Where do we start this conversation? Should it come from the voting bloc of holding politicians accountable, and is that the right route to go and have this conversation about development, or should it come from development practitioners? I really don't know, and I have more questions than that.
Okay. Barbara?
I think I also have more questions than answers. Well, one question from my side to the whole plenary here, all the entrepreneurs in the room, is what do you really need, and what is it that you expect from development cooperation, development finance institutions? Not about like grants here and there, but more the real business support. That would be very interesting to me.
And round up from you, Dr. Matthias.
The question is how entrepreneurs deal with constraints which limit their potential. And if they communicate that to their local governments, what is their reaction? And I think we probably need indeed a shift, as has been said very often in the course of this conference, towards investment and local entrepreneurs, and to do what they needed, and to no longer rely on the more comfortable ways of big financial institutions and ODA and things like that. We should really focus on investments in local entrepreneurs.
Well, thank you for that, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to come into some questions from the plenary. It's interesting because it looks like the panel has questions for you. So maybe that was the first. We have a couple over here. I don't know if we can get a mic here so we can take some of those questions and then they can come through. And then maybe one of you has an answer to the question that has been asked from our panelists this morning in terms of, or this afternoon, in terms of what you actually need as entrepreneurs in this space.
I've been trying to raise my hand to help our presenters, and this is a classical way where a foreigner comes and gives terms on how things are going to happen, but then it doesn't work on the ground. What happens in this case, you are right, but the difference is when in Lake Victoria, fishermen used to bring fish to the shores. The buyers used to wait until the sun comes when they are getting desperate, and they will sell at throwaway price. What happened is that the government invested in cold chains so that they could keep the fish and sell. Meaning, if you want somebody responsible, you create a small cooperative because they are not capable, like in Germany, for example, a small enterprise can take loan. They can't take loan on their own because they are too small. The difference is that our micro-enterprises are so small that they cannot take even the loans you are talking about. You need to aggregate them and support the market. Now you are beginning to build the market itself. Without understanding that, you would actually bring the money and go back with it because nobody would borrow to invest in the infrastructure that would delay the buyers who actually want to take advantage of them and then a few days later they are not doing the work. That is the difference between the European model and the model that you need here to work.
Thank you for those insights, Bonandemo. There's another one on this side. Well, there was one over there, a couple of you here. The mic is here. Let's take 2 and we'll come here while we're there.
Thank you. My name is Leonard Wanyama. I am the regional coordinator of the East Africa Tax and Governance Network. And I think almost to answer one of the questions that was put forward is that entrepreneurship and favorable markets should be looked at as a citizen demand and a governance supply. Particularly in the question on how businesses are crowded out. Increasingly, whether small in size or bigger in the domestic African context, businesses are struggling because they will hang alone if they don't even have other allies that can speak to the market conditions in civil society and so forth. So there is sometimes a sort of exclusivity in engagement on policy, and considering the challenges, there is need for greater allies in tackling a lot of these policy questions. As citizens, as entrepreneurs, and other members of society to build the right market conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. So I don't know whether I should stand. Yeah, my name is Dan Mogaka. I am the CEO and founder of Bofa Splash Waters. So I just wanted to give a practical example of Kenya. I've been an entrepreneur since 2023 when I started Bofa Splash Waters. So I remember in the beginning when I wanted to start Bofa Splash Waters, I really required a capital. I went to the bank and I presented to them the proposal that I wanted. Then thereafter, they told me that for us to give you this loan of 5 million, we need a collateral. So they came to where I was. They wanted to see where it is. Then I showed where the land I was. Then they told me I need to give and surrender my title deed as a collateral together with a guarantor of the same. So that is one. So I decided I will not take that direction. So I decided to establish the factory from my own resources, and I depleted them. Then I started selling. Now, I went further after expanding. I wanted now to construct an innovation center where I'll be looking at wastewater surveillance and all others. I went again to the same bank because I've been banking with them. They have my statement. That was early last year. The same thing happened. They told me that I need the collateral plus the security of the factory. Then they can give me approximately 20 or 25 million. I said no. I continued with the water business. I managed to construct that, the complex around 3 floors, and then I stopped at that. So I went back to them that for the last 3 years I've been coming to you to request for a loan, and you are refusing. Now I have another initiative that I want, because I was able to not only build a building, but I had to buy another tract of land around 30 acres. I went back to them and told them, now I want to start a very big recycling plant that will be able to recycle plastic into other products. The same thing. Now we need a collateral of that land that you've purchased together with the factory and the building. Then we can give you 50 million so that you can be able to do that. So that basically gives you a practical example. So as an entrepreneur, I've decided to really fight my own way out so that I can be able to move from one step to the other. And that's a practical example. That was me. And the reason as to why I was able to raise the capital, during that time I was working with the WHO. They were there. They were able to create spaces. And that's why within the IT sector, a lot of expansion went, a lot of youths. I remember sort of like Hilda Mora when I was working with Kenya Red Cross. They were able to come up with IHAB and other and other innovative hubs that are actually working on. And it was made possible through the collaboration that was there with Matiang'i and everybody. And these are some of the things that we really need to come together and say, we are transitioning from aid and we are moving into other development platforms. We on the platform, what are some of the pathways that we need to put in place? Youths are coming to space, the other generations are there. How can we be able to bring them on board and cultivate and move with them throughout the journey? So I think that's the comment that I wanted to give. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Let's swing over to this side of the room. I think there are a couple of questions or comments here. I don't know if you can get a mic here or if you already have one. All right.
Yeah, so I'll refer to the paper on small businesses in Africa, and the title was "Small Businesses is the Lie," and that's because we know that the idea of small businesses and trying to build tiny micro entrepreneurs is great, but it can only be a social venture, right? Because economies will be built on the back of scalable businesses. Businesses with massive momentum to create employment opportunities, and not businesses that are on the cycle and on the verge of collapse for perpetuity. So I just wanted to hear what you're thinking about in terms of funding scalable businesses that have the potential to create massive employment. Thank you very much.
All right. Barbara, it sounds like a you question.
Thanks for the question. Well, I can speak about our experience because we do have some startup funding programs, and we used to have another programs with also a grant being invested on only repayable in case of success, with the hope to grow these companies to ultimately become our long-term funding customers. And I can tell you one thing, not a single one reached our conditions of getting a long-term larger loan. So not sure if it's been our analysis of the startups which went wrong, or if it's the fact that they relied on grant funding, and with grant funding from a development institution, there always come like conditions the startup has to fulfill, right? So sometimes it deviates from like a commercially attractive solution to a more impactful solution, which doesn't lead it back to the commercial viability in the end. So, yeah, for us, I must admit it did not work out so far.
Yeah. Yes, please,
Just an idea. There have been instances, just in terms of scalability, here's where I see a challenge where development finance probably can intervene. One of the biggest problems we have in terms of scalability is the environment that we work on has a lot of uncertainties. So it's everything, political risk, it's policy stability, things like that, like labor strikes, you name it. We work, generally our entrepreneurs work in that kind of an environment, right? So there are a lot of uncertainties. Uncertainties can only be insured if you can turn them into manageable risk. So you can break them down on saying, okay, this is a portion I can insure, right? And that's where private sector investment generally can flow in. And you would only go onto that scalability if there is insurance of some kind, so some form of guarantee, right? So I think that is where development cooperation or development finance in general can come in, is actually in that insuring mechanism. So it's refinancing, it's a lot of insurance schemes and so on and so forth. So that makes the risk more divided and manageable. It is also a reinsurance in some other market than the market that you're operating in, so that there's risk diversification, right? So I think financing in terms of scalability, there is a role for development finance there, and it has happened. Now here's the problem that I can see between entrepreneurs accessing this development finance. It's the compliance requirement. That's exactly where we get stuck. The compliance requirement of this kind of development finance is exceptionally high, and our entrepreneurs who are actually thinking about scalability at that point of time just cannot meet those compliance requirements. So now there's another gap that we have created. I look at it as an opportunity of some other development practitioner going into it, because that is exactly where the help is required, right? So one of the things that Swiss Development Corporation that I was talking about does it beautifully is exactly fills that gap in terms of compliance requirements. So I think we've seen successes of how it can be done.
Great. I think we have time for one more. We'll take one more comment, one question. We have one here at the back.
Thank you. Name is Betty, multimedia journalist at the Standard Group. Allow me to just throw a small caveat here, and more specifically to you, Nepal. It's interesting that your name is Nepal. I think a majority of us in this room have interacted with the Gen Z protest in Kenya, which have gained so much global attention. Nepal last year also went to the streets, And for many young Kenyans who took part in those protests, they not only questioned government decisions, they also questioned the effectiveness of foreign development partners and partnerships. Now, about 35% of young people in Kenya are self-employed, which means entrepreneurship is the bread and butter. So coming from, because you spoke about an issue of governance failure, state failure, how can development partners then rebuild trust with young people who are increasingly questioning, they've been very skeptical about, their governments and international institutions, and also seeing that they are a very vocal population right now. And then to either you, Barbara, or Dr. Matthias, are international development partners prepared for a future where young people are the drivers of accountability and scrutiny when it comes to development spending? Thank you.
I totally agree that there's a lot of frustration having lived through that and actually achieved a change of governance in Nepal, right? So, and a peaceful transition to another democratic election. I think we present a success story in that sense. At the heart of the issue, I think what you touched at is that loss of legitimacy and trust in general. And rebuilding that requires either a radical transformation like we did, which means we voted in a completely new incumbent, the incumbents, none of them won seats, and we have a majority of absolutely new parliamentarians. But at the same time, when you wipe out the slate that way, what you're also doing is you're wiping out a lot of institutional knowledge. It's not that nothing works in our countries. There's some workable knowledge there, right? So when you wipe out that slate, you're again faced with the risk of saying, I'm going to reinvent the wheel, per se. And so it's going to take quite a long time. So I can see it as a dangerous, we'll still see. We're very young into the process. We don't know how it's going to go. It's very difficult to evaluate Nepal's transformation right now. So that is one of the risks that I see. So yes, it is an issue of loss of legitimacy and loss of trust, not only of state actors, but also development partners. You're absolutely right about that. How do you go about building that? I think there has been a lot of intervention of trying to engage with young people in general and bringing their voices to the forefront, right? But what development agencies typically, and also governments typically, are not adept at is responding to trends that happen to travel on social media. And it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Otherwise, you would have a highly unstable government in general, or a highly unstable system, right? So I think there is something to be said about when trends and fads, travel, but at the same time, they're very legitimate concerns, right? And so that rebuilding of trust absolutely needs to come. I'm not sure whether the answer is the direction we've taken, is all I would say. I don't know, maybe there's a happy medium of saying we want to see exactly this kind of changes. Here's where public participation needs to happen a lot more, and probably that's a more rational way of reform. Whereas you wipe out the old totally and get in the new, we'll see. Maybe it's the best thing that could have happened to us. I don't know.
I would say expectation management is very important for governments. And the demographic pressure is increasing, and many market reforms take time to come to fruition. That's a growing problem. And I think it's a matter of communication. Just if it were explained that we have to do this and this preparatory step, but then we invite investments to come and to employ and so on. But it is not from today to tomorrow. And when you look into the election campaigns everywhere, all over the world, it means, well, as of tomorrow, everything will be, all power constraints will be removed and we move forward. But this is certainly not the case. But nevertheless, they should develop very precise steps which are also measured and with a certain accountability for these measures which are being proclaimed. Communication is key, reliable and trustworthy communication.
I think from a practical point of view, I can give you one example because we also finance local banks. And one of the use of funds we have, typical for long-term loans to local banks, is handing out credit lines to youth entrepreneurs. So, and that's also true for the EU. Actually, they have a guarantee facility specifically for youth entrepreneur financing as well. So I think the development practitioners have definitely realized the importance of young people on this country, on this continent even.
All right, so, and then with that, there's a question that comes off the app from Wayne, and he's asking, since scaling a plastic circular economy in border regions like East Africa relies heavily on informal waste pickers, how can development finance and policy frameworks be structured to formalize these cross-border waste value chains without displacing the vulnerable labor force that currently sustains them? I'll go with you, Barbara.
I'm not sure if I can give you the answer, but we have come across many financing requests for recycling, and it's always the informal value chain which bears huge reputational risk for us, for the company itself. So I'd rather give it to the intellectual people in this room to answer the question, but it's a very, very valid question, I think.
Indeed. You can pass it to you.
Pass it on to our Peter.
Yeah,
sure.
It's a hot potato. Go ahead.
I wouldn't go to an established development financing organization. That is where I think private equity and venture capital comes in. There are many layers of financing, and one of the things, like say for example, International Finance Corporation does is it lends to private equity and venture capital funds, and through that, because they are much more risk takers, they have a higher margin of being able, both in reputational risk and so on and so forth. So that's one avenue of financing that. The other is through angel investment, which is also very risky, and some of our government's regulations doesn't allow it, but I can definitely see that. And once you get that investment, then slowly I think the formalization process starts. But to expect formalization or to meet those compliance standards without the initial investment, I think is non-negotiable. It doesn't take you anywhere.
Yeah. Well, and I think with that, we come to the end of this session. Thank you. Obviously, all of you for making it quite engaging. Barbara von Tol, our Peter Nepal, and Dr. Matthias Osten, thank you very much. And thank you to all of you, and a very good afternoon.
Thank you.
And over to you, Trudy.
Thank you very much to you, Ndu, and the rest of the panelists. I think that was quite an eye-opener, continuing with the discussions and again emphasizing on the point that the reality on the ground is different. So as we come to the end of the day today, one message, of course, came out through loud and clear. The world of development cooperation is changing, and we must change with it. Throughout the day, we heard that shrinking aid budgets, rising debt burdens, and growing global uncertainty mean that old ways of working are no longer enough. Development cannot be built on a donor-recipient relationship alone. It must be built on partnership, trust, and shared interests. We had a strong call to move beyond aid dependency and embrace approaches that promote trade, investment, entrepreneurship, innovation, and locally driven solutions. We were reminded that the Global South is not simply a recipient of assistance, but an active partner with ideas, priorities, and agency. Strong partnerships must be based on mutual respect, accountability, and co-creation. We also had an important discussion on markets and entrepreneurship. For business and people to thrive, markets must work. Removing barriers and addressing market failures is essential if we are to unlock innovation, create jobs, and support sustainable growth. As Dr. Zainab Bangura reminded us this morning, the challenge is whether we can adapt quickly enough and work together effectively to deliver results that people can see and trust. And in the words of Ralph Abel, development cooperation cannot be built on paternalism, but on agency and trust. I think we are not walking away the same way we came in the morning. True or not true? True or not true? Are we walking away with something that we didn't know before? Or was it just a conference? No, I'm sure we are walking away with something to challenge and to think about it. That's the end for day one. We are looking forward to seeing you in the morning. Of course, continuing changing ideas, looking at the different situations, the different countries, the different interventions, and how they operate to our countries. Oh yes, the band. And so, of course, we have the band, and we are not leaving before we dance. If it was a good day, we have to dance. We can't just have all these ideas and then we walk away without shaking our bodies and enjoying the moment. Karibuni sana, the floor is yours. Gongo Simo.
Africa, oh, Africa, oh, my oleba. Africa, 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 Africa. Come on, everybody, come on, sing.